Chapter 1359, Pioneering the Ancient Empire. Top adventurer teams have occupied Heaven's Burial's town. The report confused Shifeng. In God's domain, adventurer teams fell into various ranks, just like guilds. When referring to Star Moon Kingdom's adventurer teams, the well-known team's overall strength could compare to a first-rate guild's elite teams. As for the kingdom's top adventurer teams, every one possessed several dozens of experts. Among these expert players, a small portion could rival first-rate guilds' peak experts. When it came to raiding team dungeons, they were even stronger than some large guilds' main forces. Normally, these top adventurer teams ventured to dangerous maps that even guild elite teams avoided. Their leveling speed was no slower than guild elite players that occupied high-resource maps. This was also why these top adventurer teams paid no attention to the benefits most guild towns offered, so much so that they even ignored invitations from large guilds. Based on Aqua Rose's report, however, it seemed that more than one top adventurer team had set up a base in Heaven's Burial's town. Why wouldn't Shifeng be surprised? He immediately checked the official forums, getting a detailed idea of the situation. Heaven's Burial and 3 top adventurer teams have reached an agreement. These adventurer teams will occupy Red Iron Town and will explore the Frozen Scar alongside the guild's forces. Good news! Red Iron Town will soon open the Red Iron Mine to the public. Players will gain access to the mine for a 30% harvesting fee. These 2 messages caused an uproar on the Star Moon Kingdom forums as everyone talked about the town. This is going to be awesome. I've heard that the Red Iron Mine is a small-scale regional dungeon. Not only do the mine's monsters have higher drop rates, but you can also harvest all sorts of ores. We'll make a killing. Why is Heaven's Burial being so generous? 3 of Star Moon Kingdom's top adventurer teams and many well-known teams have garrisoned in Red Iron Town. The town's security will likely only be second to Stone Forest Town. And there are so many high-resource maps nearby. There is even a teleportation array very close to the town. Developing in Red Iron Town might not be a bad idea. It seems Heaven's Burial has finally gotten serious. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which town will take the position of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild town. Stone Forest Town or Red Iron Town? Stone Forest Town is definitely the #1 town right now, but it might not stay that way. After all, Heaven's Burial is quite powerful. With the assistance of 3 top adventurer teams, it won't be long before they explore the Frozen Scar's entire map. Red Iron Town's players will be able to teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's towns from Evernight City. Transportation to and from Red Iron Town will become far more convenient than traveling to and from Stone Forest Town. I guess that's true. There really aren't any level 50+ high-resource maps near Stone Forest Town either. It's only suitable to players below level 50. Considering long-term development, Red Iron Town is the better option. Moreover, with 3 top adventurer teams based in the town, it'll be easier for adventurer teams to contact each other in the future. The new changes in Red Iron Town tempted many players. While it was important to increase one's individual strength, leveling and upgrading equipment was more so. More players were reaching level 40. Yet despite having met the level requirement to gain a mount, most were too poor to purchase one and had to continue their travels on foot. Red Iron Town was also attractive due to how easy it would be to earn coins. Heaven's Burial is even willing to part with such a gold mine? Shifeng was astonished as he read the forum posts. It was not easy to open a mine. First, a team needed to defeat the mine's boss. Otherwise, the monsters inside would continue to respawn quickly. The monsters would also scale to the highest leveled player that entered the mine. As the boss respawned periodically, players were also required to defeat it each time they encountered it. Furthermore, the mines or deposits were limited and would only respawn when the boss did. When a guild occupied a mine, they generally only allowed their own people inside. Yet, Heaven's Burial was generous enough to open the mine to the general public after clearing its monsters and boss. Although iron ore wasn't particularly valuable, not many towns in God's domain had access to an ore vein. Hence, the various large guilds would prioritize towns with the most common or veins as they offered a plethora of riches. Guild leader, once it secured the adventurer team's assistance, Heaven's Burial dispatched a 1,000-man elite team to pioneer the Frozen Scar. They also sent their 100-man main force. Even the main force's weakest player is level 42. They'll clear the map much faster than their previous exploration, Aqua Rose said helplessly. On the other hand, we just survived a massive war. Although we didn't have many casualties, we had lost many of our experts and main force members. During the final stand at the guild residence, in particular, we lost a significant number of our main force members and core members. While weapons and equipment aren't a problem, the players who were killed by evil demons suffered double the usual penalty. Our main force and core members that had died lost 2 levels apiece. This has significantly slowed our progress in the Blizzard Fortress and with the Frost King. Moreover, the dark guilds around White River City are growing bolder. We've had to dispatch our experts to deal with them from time to time. Guild leader, should we recall Snow's forces and prioritize killing the Frost King? It had never been wise to underestimate Heaven's Burial's main force. And now that so many top and well-known adventurer teams had joined Heaven's Burial's exploration team, the team's overall strength had increased. In contrast, Zero Wing had been forced to dispatch its main force and experts to various locations to expand the guild's influence. As a result, their exploration team's strength had fallen. If they let Heaven's Burial get the Frost King's first kill, Heaven's Burial's position in Evernight City would become unshakable. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would lose the best opportunity to gain access to Evernight City. If that happened, Stone Forest Town's popularity would plummet by the time mainstream players reached level 50. In fact, Red Iron Town had nearly caught up to Stone Forest Town. Forget it. We can't recall Snow. If we don't have a team of experts there to defend the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, the Empire's large guilds will take the opportunity to strike, Shifeng said, shaking his head. This was why he had refused to ask Gentle Snow for help to protect Stone Forest Town. He then said, "This is a golden opportunity. It's been a while since Zero Wing had a large-scale guild operation. Aqua, see to the necessary preparations. Round up 1,000 people. Aside from the main force members and core members, do not select any elite players below level 40. After you've finished, have them gather in Dark Lake Town. We're going to pioneer the ancient Orc Empire. Guild leader, you're going to lead the operation?" Aqua Rose's excitement grew as her guild leader issued orders. Normally, the guild leader would organize guild operations as their main purpose was to increase the guild's prestige and motivation. However, Shifeng was usually too busy. Normally, he was impossible to find. Hence, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders, such as herself and Gentle Snow, organized these events. Although nobody in the guild had complained, practically every player that joined Zero Wing knew of Black Flame, and they were all dying to meet him. The guild's main force and core members were particularly eager to quest and raid dungeons with their guild leader. "Emichim. I'll take command this time." Shifeng nodded. He had initially intended to head to the Frozen Scar, but the environment was simply too harsh. Without sufficient preparation, the Frost King was impossible to raid. Moreover, his current goal was to help his people level up. Naturally, they had to travel to a higher level map. The guild members will go crazy when they hear this. Aqua Rose responded, smiling. She immediately disconnected the call and began to address the necessary arrangements. Chapter 1360, Shocking Everyone. White River City, Zero Wing's residence. After disconnecting her call with Shifeng, Aqua Rose published an announcement in the guild chat. The guild leader will be leading a guild operation personally. All main force members and core members in Star Moon Kingdom, gather in White River City immediately. Elite members level 40 and above may apply to join by contacting me. Priority will be given to those with guild mounts. The instant the announcement published, the guild chat exploded with comments. Vice Guild Leader, this isn't a trick, right? Boss Black Flame is really going to lead us? What? The guild leader is leading a guild op himself? Are we going after some guild? This is awesome. I need to apply. Big Sis Aqua, can't you relax the requirements a little bit? I've just reached level 40 after many difficulties. I can't afford a guild mount right now. Ha ha ha. This is great. I've been saving up and bought a guild mount as soon as they were available. For a time, Zero Wings members were frenzied. This was especially true for the main force and core members. They were all fully aware of what benefits a guild leader-led operation would offer. Not only could they level up incredibly fast, but they'd also get to see the guild leader in action up close as they gained combat experience. Less than a minute after the announcement, Aqua Rose received over 1,000 applications. At the same time, plenty of members were disappointed. After all, despite such a rare opportunity to join a large-scale operation, led by their guild leader himself, they didn't qualify to join because they had already spent their GCP and coins on upgrading their weapons and equipment. They did not have any money to purchase a guild mount. While Aqua Rose selected participants from her elite members, the various guild experts scattered across Star Moon Kingdom returned to the residence in White River City. Very quickly, the overall mood in the residence lifted considerably as the guild members' excitement grew. Meanwhile, the players lined up outside the residence's entrance hoping to join Zero Wing were stunned as they watched Zero Wing's experts return. Not only were these experts above level 40, but they were also ridiculously well-geared, with even the most inferior piece of equipment being level 40 fine gold rank. Many of these experts even wielded level 40 dark gold weapons. Meanwhile, the number of such experts returning continued to increase. The most incredible sight was the tall, mighty thunder wolves traveling next to these experts. After entering the guild residence, these experts lined up outside of the guild hall, yet despite their quiet stances, they all radiated an indescribably heavy pressure. What's Zero Wing planning? Their guild mounts are so cool. Why do I get the feeling that I couldn't even defeat one of those guild mounts in a fight? Everyone was utterly stupefied. Although many players had already reached level 40, very few had mounts, yet hundreds of thunder wolves stood before them. Players who didn't know any better might assume that this was an NPC army. Moreover, everyone could see around 50 different types of mounts aside from the thunder wolves. Every mount was bronze rank or above. Not everyone had a clear grasp of Zero Wing's power, but after this display, they finally understood why Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. While other guilds struggled to get common mounts, Zero Wing had already popularized the Thunder Wolf. Shortly after Zero Wing's 1,000-man legion had gathered, with Aqua Rose in the lead, the legion departed for White River City's teleportation hall. As the 1,000-man legion rode their mounts across White River City, players unconsciously made way as the legion's imposing momentum swept over them. When Zero Wing's legion stopped in front of the teleportation hall, the adventurer teams and guild teams visiting from other kingdoms, confused and curious about what was happening. 1,000 mounted players stood before the teleportation hall's entrance. The various guild teams, who had stopped in White River City on their way to the Twin Towers Kingdom to level, were afraid of leaving the teleportation hall, concerned that their lives might be at stake if they did. Which guild are these players from? A burly man with silver hair in the teleportation hall asked in shock. You don't know? Are you new to God's domain? A level 31, simple-looking swordsman asked. I am new, actually. I've just reached level 10 today and came to White River City. The silver-haired man nodded. No wonder, the swordsman said as he took a look at the level of the silver-haired man and his companions. Indeed, they were all level 10 players. They are all Zero Wing members. Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's bona fide #1 guild. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I'd join Zero Wing as well. Zero Wing? The name was somewhat familiar to this silver-haired. Big brother Tianji, isn't Zero Wing the guild that Hall Master Jiang wanted to work with? A bald man asked quietly. What? That's the guild that kind belonged to? Tianji was stunned. How is that possible? Before he led the White Tiger Dojo's disciples into God's domain, he had to establish a firm understanding of the game. After all, they had learned that competent fighters would have an edge in God's domain. To fighting experts like himself, combat was commonplace. Hence, battles in a virtual world would be trivial. However, as he encountered the game's virtual combat, he quickly realized that the combat in God's domain wasn't very different from combat in reality. Although he and his subordinates had an advantage, there were some slight differences between virtual combat and real-life combat. Their advantage was limited. After playing the game for some time, he also gained a general understanding of various NPC towns' guilds. Surprisingly, these guilds were far more impressive than he had assumed. At one point, he had dueled an expert from a small guild. Even with his skills, the expert had defeated him. The experience had taught him how impressive God's domain truly was. Of course, he was confident of surpassing these small guild experts sooner or later. After all, he had only begun playing the game a few days ago. With the White Tiger Dojo's strength and enough disciples, he was confident that they could establish a guild and raise it to third-rate status quickly. If they wanted to contest with second-rate guilds, the dojo would be required to invest a large amount of resources and time. As for contesting against first-rate guilds, it was too soon for the dojo to aim so high. After all, first-rate guilds were backed by major corporations. They also had dozens of years' worth of history in the virtual gaming world and had long since established their own training systems. The White Tiger Dojo had no hope of catching up to first-rate guilds in a short time unless they annexed second-rate guilds or purchased shares of a particular first-rate guild. Investing in a first-rate guild would depend on whether or not the guild was willing to sell shares. After all, these guilds didn't lack willing investors. Tianji never thought that Shifeng, some no-name dojo's head instructor, directed such a power. Meanwhile, as Zero Wing's members left White River City through the teleportation arrays, news of the Legion's mobilization reached Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers. Why is Zero Wing dispatching such a massive force? With so many experts, has Zero Wing targeted some guild? Could Zero Wing be planning to exterminate the Dark Guilds? Normally, these major powers ignored a 1,000-man elite team. However, they couldn't ignore such a legion from Zero Wing. After all, every one of those players was an expert. If Zero Wing had targeted a particular guild, even a 10,000-man elite army would not be able to stop this legion. For a time, the various major powers discussed their guesses about Zero Wing's intentions. They also recalled their own members to their respective cities. Chapter 1361, Ancient Orc Empire. Inside a snow-dusted gorge in the frozen scar. The air was cold enough to fog players' breath. Ice-covered plants glittered like ice sculptures, littering the ground. A 1,000-man legion advanced through the gorge with level 42 and above guardian knights and shield warriors guarding the forefront, creating an iron wall that blocked the narrow path. Level 46 and 47 violent frost bears, strength-type high lords, crashed into this iron wall relentlessly. Violent frost bear, elemental creature, high lord. Level 47. HP 31,000,000/31,000,000. Even with a successful block, ordinary MTs would lose over 10,000 HP with each of these frost bears' normal attacks. Not only did these attacks contain an immense amount of the violent frost bear's strength, but their attacks also had the freezing penetration effect. Freezing penetration halved the target's reaction speed, attack speed, and healing received. Moreover, shields couldn't completely block the effect. Factoring in the violent frost bear's high attack speed and their Tier 2 skill, Snow Trample, the frontline's MTs could die in an instant if the healers lost focus. This was why so many teams had been stuck in this snowy gorge, unable to proceed into the frozen scar. However, when this legion's guardian knights and shield warriors received the violent snow bear's attacks, they never received more than -7,000 damage. Even when the high lords used their skills, the MTs didn't sustain more than -20,000 damage. To these MTs, who had over 40,000 HP, these bears were little more than pests. Guild leader, the Frozen Heart is quite impressive. It seems that Beast Emperor hadn't lied. With the Frozen Heart, our chances of raiding the Frost King have increased by at least 20%, Daybreak Fog commented as she looked at the pulsing crystal heart in her hand. This is only the beginning, Singular Burial said, chuckling. Each of the top 3 top adventurer teams working with us have their own specialties. Due to their participation, our team is considerably stronger. It is only a matter of time before we kill the Frost King. Zero Wing had just experienced a great war. Although the monster army hadn't damaged the guild's overall strength, it had made a mess of Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing had also lost nearly half of its main force and core members. It would take the guild a considerable amount of time to recover to its peak. Moreover, Zero Wing was currently expanding its influence on multiple fronts. Its enemies weren't limited to Heaven's Burial. The Black Dragon Empire's various guilds also eyed Zero Wing, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Based on the reports he had received, he knew that various minor conflicts had broken out between Zero Wing and the Empire's large guilds. Furthermore, the shadow of a certain superpower seemed to loom behind many of these guilds. If Zero Wing wanted to stabilize its position in the Black Dragon Empire, it would need a large number of experts to defend it. Now that Zero Wing needed to recuperate, Heaven's Burial had an opportunity to catch up. With the Frozen Heart, their leveling efficiency in the Frozen Scar was exceptional. As an Azura mode regional dungeon, these monsters provided far more EXP than monsters elsewhere. Once Heaven's Burial's core members reached level 49, they could challenge level 50 large-scale team dungeons before other guilds and secure the Frost King's first kill. At that time, Red Iron Town might even be on par with Stone Forest Town. Heaven's Burial also had Beast Emperor's secret support. As Singular Burial sketched out his plan in his mind, Daybreak Fog suddenly paled. Guild leader, this is bad. Apparently, Zero Wing had dispatched a legion of 1,000 experts. Every member of the legion has a mount, and Black Flame himself is in command. Although we still don't know their intentions, everyone suspects that the guild has targeted someone. Guilds throughout the kingdom have begun to recall their main forces and ordered their other teams to spread out. Should we do the same? Daybreak Fog asked worriedly after reading the message she had just received. A 1,000 expert legion was no trivial matter. Moreover, Black Flame himself led this group. Do our spies in Zero Wing know where the legion is going? Singular Burial asked. Our spies' ranks aren't high enough for the guild operation, Daybreak Fog replied, shaking her head. Although she had wanted to send experts into Zero Wing, the guild's management was incredibly strict. The guild actively used the main god system's contracts to restrict members in ways they didn't normally pay attention to. Daybreak Fog found it hard to imagine that Zero Wing had only established a few months ago. Not even first-rate guilds could compare to Zero Wing's setup. The guild investigated every expert they accepted, making it very difficult to spy on Zero Wing. They had been forced to send a few players with potential, having them gradually grow stronger. However, what Daybreak Fog did not know was that Shurfeng had been a guild leader in God's domain for nearly a decade. Meanwhile, the guild systems in 10 years would be far more complex. He had various ways to deal with spies. Although he couldn't eradicate all of the spies among the middle and lower echelon members, he could contain the guild's important secrets. As a precaution, scatter the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins throughout the Frozen Scar. Have them report back as soon as they discover Zero Wing's legion. Singular Burial commanded after giving the matter some thought. In reality, though, Singular Burial doubted that Zero Wing would pick a fight with Heaven's Burial. After all, both guilds had a neutral stance with each other on the surface, focusing on their own development. Zero Wing had no reason to deal with Heaven's Burial. Abandoned Wave had led the monster army against Stone Forest Town. Flame Blood had also reported that his identity hadn't been exposed. Moreover, if their guilds fought, other guilds would take advantage of the situation. After all, God's domain had already entered the era of mounts. The various large guilds were developing rapidly. However, Singular Burial decided to be careful due to Shi Feng's penchant for the unexpected. Meanwhile, in Dark Lake Town, which most players avoided, Shi Feng configured his team and issued their tasks. Alright, let's set out. Once the team was ready, they left the town. Big Sis Aqua, there aren't any high-resource maps nearby. Since he's gathered so many of us, does Guild Leader plan to raid one of the Dark Forces towns? Blackie asked curiously as he gazed at the wilderness around him. Dark Lake Town was located near Star Moon Kingdom's border. The town's surroundings were bleak, without any resources to speak of. Even though the local maps were suitable for level 40+ players, no one was willing to go this far to level. Only the nearby dark towns were worth any attention. The dark forces tended to operate in this area since it was so close to the kingdom's border. Not only could a crusade against these dark towns increase the guild's popularity, but they could also gain access to the treasure these dark towns hid. Only, the dark towns in this area were extraordinary and would be very difficult to raid. I'm not sure. The guild leader has said that we'll understand once we arrive, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. She didn't know Shi Feng's intentions either. Based on what she knew, level 65 to 40 NPCs guarded these dark towns. Raiding such a town was still beyond their abilities. However, as everyone considered the possibilities, Shi Feng led the Legion across Star Moon Kingdom's border and into the neutral map, Morning Battlefield. For the most part, everyone was familiar with Star Moon Kingdom's maps, but they knew very little about the maps outside of the kingdom. However, that did not prevent them from sensing the danger in their surroundings. What is this place? When the Legion entered the morning battlefield, many shuddered involuntarily as they felt a dense killing intent wash over them, their minds alerting them to the danger. Suddenly, they noticed 3 to 4 meter tall, green orcs. These orcs wielded spears, bows and arrows, and wore simple armor. Around 500 orcs patrolled a short rampart. Although far fewer, some orcs wielded massive war axes, wearing slightly better equipment. Even so, everyone on the team felt a massive pressure radiating from the war axe-wielding orcs. Orc Sentinel, Humanoid Creature, Chieftain. Level 75. HP 8, 400 000/8, 400 000. Orc Captain, Humanoid Creature, Great Lord. Level 77. HP 78, 000/78 000. Humanoid creatures possessed considerably high intellect. Escaping these monsters' pursuit alone would be challenging, not to mention killing them. Guild Leader, are we here to grind these monsters? Sweat dripped down Shadow Sword's forehead as he stared at the orc captains on the ramparts. From where he stood, he counted at least 20 orc captains, and this wasn't Stone Forest Town. They didn't have the assistance of the magic towers and NPC guards. Charging at these monsters would be suicidal. Relax. Shi Feng smiled nonchalantly. He then removed miniature ballistas and exploding arrows from his bag, one after another. The morning battlefield was an excellent grinding map. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for ordinary player teams. These orcs moved in large groups and were incredibly strong individually. In general, only Tier 2, 100-man teams had any hope of safely grinding here. Although his players hadn't reached Tier 2 yet, they could compensate with the miniature ballistas. Chapter 1362, Team Skyrockets. Miniature ballistas? Are we? As Zero Wings players watched Shi Feng reveal one miniature ballista after another, their jaws hit the floor as they considered a possibility. Miniature ballistas were war weapons that most guilds treated like their own children. No guild would use them outside of a guild war or siege. Yet, Shi Feng intended to use such precious weapons to grind monsters. If other guilds learned about Zero Wings' extravagant grinding method, they would most likely try to strangle Shi Feng. Guild Leader, isn't this a little too wasteful? Even Aqua Rose was astonished as she stared at the miniature ballistas. The other guild members might not realize where these miniature ballistas had come from, but she did. Although players could craft these miniature ballistas, each one was considerably expensive to make. The materials alone cost more than 100 gold. Even with a master engineer like Burning Abyss and the basic meditation room, the production success rate wasn't particularly high. As a result, each ballista cost around 500 to 600 gold to produce. As for the exploding arrows, each cost roughly 3 silver to craft. Aside from risking the miniature ballista's destruction in battle, their durability would decrease from repeated use. The repair fees would also be a painful expenditure. Using these weapons to level guild members was too extravagant. Don't mind that. Resources are meant to be used. Rather than collecting dust in the guild warehouse, they can help strengthen our guild members. As our members grow stronger, the guild can earn even more resources. Using these weapons isn't a waste at all, Shifeng said, smiling. Alright, have our people set these ballistas up quickly. When he had been Shadow's guild leader in the past, he, too, had treated war weapons like precious treasure, not daring to use them casually. After all, those weapons had been irreplaceable. However, that wasn't the case now. Since they could produce these war weapons, there was no reason to stockpile them in the guild warehouse. Using them to strengthen the guild was a wiser decision. Particularly, now that Zero Wings core members were over level 40, with some of the guild's upper echelons so close to level 50, they could challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests sooner if the guild helped them level quickly. As Tier 2 players, they'd be more help to the guild than these miniature ballistas. For a moment, everyone felt touched by Shifeng's words. While other guilds' upper echelons wrung their members dry, Shifeng used the guild's most precious resources to help them grow stronger. A short moment later, a row of 50 miniature ballistas were lined up a short distance away from the tattered ramparts. Even capturing a city would be easy with so many war weapons. Then, Shifeng summoned a demon with the Bible of Darkness. Now that Shifeng had been promoted to a Tier 2 Swordmaster, he could summon a Tier 3 demon without the assistance of items or skills. He no longer needed to force the demon into becoming a mindless puppet either. After the massive demon gate appeared, an 8-meter-tall demon emerged. 2 crimson horns grew from its forehead, and it carried a spear covered in emerald fire. Purgatory Demon, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 64. HP 24,000,000/24,000,000. As expected of our guild leader. He can even summon a Tier 3 demon. Summoners would die from envy if they knew about that item. Zero Wings members were further awed by Shifeng after watching him summon the Tier 3 Purgatory Demon. Generally, large guilds reserved Tier 3 summoning scrolls as trump cards. They wouldn't even sell these scrolls for thousands of gold. Shifeng hadn't actually used a scroll, of course. Rather, he had used an ancient book. Tools were different from magic scrolls. While magic scrolls were one-time use items, tools could be used repeatedly. Hence, tools of the same rank and category were worth dozens of times more than their magic scroll counterparts. The Purgatory Demon will attract the orc's attention. Healers, keep the Purgatory Demon alive. As for those responsible for controlling the miniature ballistas, prioritize the orc captains. MTs, protect the ballistas. Shifeng commanded once his team was almost ready. If he sent level 40+ players to face these orcs, their attacks would only annoy the creatures without the magic tower's buff. The only way they could deal enough damage was to employ the miniature ballistas. If not for the miniature ballistas, he wouldn't have dared to lead this team here. Suddenly, the Purgatory Demon flapped its massive wings and in the blink of an eye, hovered above the ramparts. It then used the Tier 3 skill, Flame Shower. Among the demon's Tier 3 skills, Flame Shower had largest AoE range. Although it wasn't particularly effective against monsters, it was enough to pull the orc's aggro. Fire rained down in a 100-yard radius. The orc sentinels only received around -20,000 damage, while the orc captains sustained half that. The damage was negligible to these orcs. The orcs on the ramparts raised their bows and fired at the purgatory demon. Fire! Shifeng commanded. Immediately, the 50 miniature ballistas fired a volley of exploding arrows from 500 yards away from the ramparts. At this distance, Zero Wings members would still receive EXP as the monsters died, and the Great Lord-ranked orc captains would have difficulty dodging the attacks. Shio! 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 A series of fiery lights bombarded the ramparts. Damages of up to -160,000 appeared above an orc captain that attacked the purgatory demon. In the blink of an eye, this orc captain lost nearly 8 million HP. Moreover, due to the arrow's armor penetration, the orc captain sustained severe injuries, decreasing its combat power. Although the damage was impressive, each volley cost 1 gold, 50 silver. Even for experts, it was as much as 2 or 3 days' net income. Meanwhile, Shifeng controlled the purgatory demon to use the Tier 3, single-target skill, onslaught against the orc captain, dealing over -400,000 and reclaiming its aggro. As the orcs retaliated, the purgatory demon flew about, dodging over 90% of the attacks. Even when struck, the dozens of healers, who had moved close to the bottom of the ramparts, responded immediately, maintaining the demon's HP above a safe threshold. Following which, Zero Wings members launched volley after volley of exploding arrows. The first orc captain soon fell from the wall. A level 77 Great Lord was already worth a frightening amount of EXP, including the bonus EXP from defeating a higher level opponent. Everyone's experience bars increased by a noticeable amount despite sharing it among 1,000 players. It gave so much EXP. This is amazing. I'd have to grind for dozens of minutes to get this much EXP. Everyone was elated. Normally, it took a long time to kill a Great Lord of the same level, but they had taken 30 seconds or so to defeat the level 77 Great Lord. Moreover, once the orc captain died, it dropped several items. However, as they were still engaged in battle, no one moved towards the loot. After killing the first orc captain, the team focused their fire on the other orc captains. In such a way, one orc captain after another fell from the ramparts. By the time they had annihilated the 20+ captains, many level 42 players had leveled to 43. As for Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and the other upper echelons, they had reached level 49. They were only one level away from level 50 now. Chapter 1363, Dispute Between Towns. Now that they had eliminated the orc captains on the ramparts, dealing with the orc sentinels had become much easier. They didn't even need a full volley of exploding arrows to kill a sentinel. The team on had to watch from afar. Only the healers were a little worn out as they had focused on healing the purgatory demon from time to time. With the miniature ballistas firing one volley after another, it took less than half an hour to clear out the orcs on the wall. Although the orc sentinels hadn't given as much EXP as the captains, everyone's experience bars rose by a sizable chunk. Their leveling speed was dozens of times faster than normal. This leveling speed is amazing. At this rate, we'll level up again in a few more hours. Zero Wings members were ecstatic. They hadn't experienced such astounding leveling speed since obtaining their Tier 1 classes. Only, sustaining this leveling speed required a large number of exploding arrows. Of course, EXP wasn't the only thing the Zero Wing Legion had obtained. There was also the items scattered above the ramparts. Following which, Shifeng jumped onto the wall to collect the loot while the rest of his guild members pushed the miniature ballistas forward. The benefits of pioneering a new map are wonderful. The drop rate is much higher than usual. Shifeng was inwardly astonished as he picked up the loot. After reaching level 50, monsters' drop rate in God's domain would decrease drastically. A level 50+ chieftain might not drop as much as elite monsters right now. However, contrary to expectations, the loot dropped by the orcs was considerably good. Over 8 gold had dropped in coins alone. There were also 20+ level 70 common weapons and pieces of equipment, which could be dismantled for raw materials. 3 level 70 bronze weapons and pieces of equipment and various ordinary materials had dropped as well. All of those items were only the level 75 Orc Sentinel's loot. The Orc Captain's loot was far more impressive. In total, the Orc Captains had dropped over 10 level 70 mysterious iron weapons and pieces of equipment. If sold, each piece of equipment could easily fetch 5 gold or more, while the weapons could go for at least 10 gold. They were far more valuable than mysterious iron weapons and equipment below level 50. The Orc Captains also dropped 2 pieces of level 70 secret silver equipment, a pair of mage boots and a pair of plate gloves. Each of these items could easily fetch over 100 gold. The Orc Captains had also dropped high-ranking potions and Tier 2 magic scrolls. Overall, the loot's value, more or less, made up for the exploding arrow's cost. An advanced recipe fragment? As Shifeng organized the Orc Captain's loot, he noticed half of a tattered piece of paper. When he clicked to check its description, he could not help his elation. Magic Soul Potion Recipe Fragment. In God's domain, advanced rank recipes and designs weren't easy to purchase. Moreover, most advanced recipes and designs dropped as fragments. Players rarely found complete recipes and designs. On the market, advanced recipes and designs generally sold for a minimum of 500 gold, though this was only in the case of ordinary recipes and designs. Players couldn't even buy valuable ones with coins, and people generally wanted items of equal value. Shifeng had never expected to obtain the Magic Soul Potion recipe, which was an extremely rare drop in the morning battlefield. The Magic Soul Potion was a rare potion. It was an advanced potion that increased the user's basic attributes by 10% and magic resistance by 100% for 1 hour. Unlike the potions that gave a fixed amount of magic resistance, the Magic Soul Potion would never become outdated. Even after players had reached level 200, the potion had been incredibly popular in the past. Hence, many large guilds had often grinded in the morning battlefield. Unfortunately, the recipe's drop rate was abysmal. In the end, very few guilds had obtained the complete recipe. Could this be a benefit of pioneering the map? Shifeng wondered. If he could obtain a complete Magic Soul Potion recipe, it would be a great help to guild members when raiding large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, they wouldn't need to prepare as much to raid the Frost King with the Magic Soul Potion. They could start raiding the boss once the team's basic attributes met the requirements. Guild leader, has something good dropped? Aqua Rose asked when she saw Shifeng's smile. It's certainly not bad. Shifeng then shared the loot information in the team chat. When the Legion members saw the list, they couldn't help but gasp. We killed all those great lords and chieftains, yet we got so few items in return. Guild leader, why don't we go somewhere else? We'll only lose money if we stay here. Blackie and the others suggested. If they continued at this rate, although their levels might increase very quickly, the guild would suffer for it. While it is true that we're not compensating for our losses, if we can gather 4 more Magic Soul Potion recipe fragments, we'll earn back everything we've lost and more, Shifeng said, chuckling nonchalantly. He proceeded to lead everyone deeper into the morning battlefield. In reality, their losses hadn't been that great. After all, he also had the Soul Orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from Great Lord rank monsters and above. He could turn every 30 souls he absorbed into a soul crystal. He had obtained one from their first slaughter, lessening their losses considerably. Hearing Shifeng's words, the Legion regained its motivation as they silently swore to complete the Magic Soul Potion recipe. As the team ventured farther into the morning battlefield, they encountered far more orcs. Their strength continued to increase as well. Unlike the first orc army, which had only consisted of great lords and chieftains, the following armies included lords and high lords as well. Fortunately, Shifeng could summon an additional Tier 3 demon after 3 hours. This time, he had called forth a magical class demon. With 1 melee and 1 magical class demon, the demons could barely weather the orc army's attacks, buying Zero Wings members enough time to kill the high-tiered bosses. After grinding for nearly 9 hours, Shifeng and the others finally left the morning battlefield's outer region, reaching the inner area. Throughout their expedition, the previously level 42 and 43 players had gained one or more levels. Now, most of the Legion's members were level 45. If they chose, they could monopolize all top 100 spots on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Aqua Rose and the others who were level 49 hadn't gained any additional levels due to the massive amount of EXP they needed to cross the hurdle. Even so, they were not too far from level 50 either. As for the Magic Soul Potions recipe fragments, due to Shifeng's continuous use of Divine Providence, the team had gathered 4 fragments by the time they reached the inner region. While the Legion explored the morning battlefield, Stone Forest Town's repairs had almost completed. The battle arena had resumed its normal operation, and more players than ever before had gathered in the town. The town's player population had already passed the 1 million threshold. Among these players, many were merchant players and adventurer teams originating from other kingdoms and empires. All of these players had come to attend the candlelight auction tomorrow, which would include Zero Wing's private houses and shops as the main attractions. Overall, Stone Forest Town's prospects were impressive. In fact, Phoenix Rain, Zero Wing's collaborator, had reaped a massive profit from the situation. Currently, all the virtual products in her virtual store sold like hotcakes. Among the products, the most popular were the furniture and fashion coats made from wood and cloth in God's domain. Meanwhile, Red Iron Town had also attracted a lot of attention in Star Moon Kingdom. Red Iron Town was home to the first player-operated auction house in Star Moon Kingdom. The town's popularity among NPCs had risen considerably due to its auction house, so much so that Red Iron Town had been promoted to intermediate rank. Now, Heaven's Burial even surpassed the Star Alliance. Moreover, Heaven's Burial had recently announced that it would hold an auction for Red Iron Town's private houses and shops at the same time as the candlelight auction. Almost everyone on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums discussed the situation. Which town would they decide to develop in? After all, both towns had advantages. With Red Iron Town's rise to glory, many players who had been interested in Stone Forest Town's houses and shops began to hesitate. At this time, Melancholic Smile contacted Shifeng and asked, "Guild leader, should we hold the auction earlier than planned? If we hold it at the same time as Heaven's Burial, it'll be difficult to encourage high bids." Interesting. So, they've already started working with Beast Emperor? When Shifeng saw Red Iron Town's auction house, he instantly understood what was happening. After all, the auction house design wasn't easy to obtain. Shifeng could not help but laugh at the situation as he said, "Fine. Since they want a competition, let's give it to them." Chapter 1364, The Price of Playing with Fire. Guild leader, you intend to compete against them? Melancholic Smile was startled when she heard Shifeng's words. Before this, Red Iron Town had become quite popular among the kingdom's players due to its strategic location and its connection to Evernight City. Once Heaven's Burial opened the Red Iron Mine to the public, it had attracted even more players and adventurer teams. Now, the town also had an auction house, allowing players to sell their items there while paying a cheaper processing fee than in the auction houses in NPC cities. Furthermore, the town had received its promotion to intermediate rank, able to accommodate even more players. If they truly wanted to compete with Red Iron Town, they'd have to lower their asking prices for Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. The other Zero-Wing upper echelons might not know the guild's top secrets and current financial state, but Melancholic Smile, who managed a large portion of Zero-Wing's affairs and transactions, did. Right now, Zero-Wing urgently needed 35,000 gold to cover the additional expenses incurred while constructing the guild's new city. Without the reimbursement fee, the city's construction would halt. Moreover, the longer they delayed paying off this debt, the higher the fee would become. This was the true reason for auctioning off Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. Now that Stone Forest Town had lost its advantages over Red Iron Town, competing with Heaven's Burial wasn't wise. Since Heaven's Burial wants to play, as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero-Wing cannot back down. Shifeng declared, laughing. However, since they want to play, let's raise the stakes. Announce to the public that any player or adventurer team that purchases a private house or shop from Heaven's Burial will be banned from all of Zero Wing's towns and cities. Guild leader. Isn't that going a little too far? Shifeng's words shocked Melancholic Smile. Such a declaration was tantamount to declaring war against Heaven's Burial. Now that Stone Forest Town didn't have a clear advantage, such a move was far too risky. Relax. Just announce it. I'll have someone bring you the recipe for the magic soul potion soon. Have the guild's alchemists produce them as quickly as possible. Craft as many as you can, Shifeng instructed calmly. Magic soul potion, All right, Melancholic Smile nodded helplessly. Since Shifeng had given the command, she could only manage Stone Forest Town to the best of her ability. Although she was somewhat opposed to Shifeng's decision, she, too, was a little miffed at Heaven's Burial. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use this opportunity to put the guild in its place. This way, Zero Wing would secure its position as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. Following which, Melancholic Smile disconnected the call and organized her subordinates to see to the necessary preparations. She also posted Shifeng's declaration on the kingdom's official forums. The announcement flabbergasted the players that heatedly debated the two towns. This is crazy. Zero Wing has lost its mind. Heaven's Burial is merely provoking the guild. Does Zero Wing need to take things this far? All hail Zero Wing. This is what you get for provoking Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild for no reason. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons will cry with regret. I agree. When Heaven's Burial's upper echelons see this message, they'll regret their provocation. Of all the things they could do, they had to steal traffic from Stone Forest Town. Not only will they fail, but they might have spelled doom for their town. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which of them will survive in the end? Shortly after Melancholic Smile created her post, it had been upvoted to the top of the forums. Ordinary players were more than happy to watch such an interesting development. After all, neither the guild town's private houses or the shops had anything to do with them. The various adventurer teams and merchant players, however, had a different reaction to the news. This was especially true for the various adventurer teams that had already garrisoned in Red Iron Town. When they saw the post, they turned deathly pale. Zero Wing is insane. Why are they being so desperate? Although they had already set up in Red Iron Town, they still visited Stone Forest Town's battle arena to train and improve their combat techniques. Moreover, if they obtained the championship in the battle arena's tournament, they'd have the opportunity to learn a secret technique. But Zero Wing's announcement had destroyed their chances. After all, even large guilds' core members had a very low chance of learning a secret technique, much less adventurer teams' independent players. They would also lose the opportunity to purchase the items from the town's wandering merchant NPCs. The various adventurer teams that had garrisoned in Red Iron Town began to resent Heaven's Burial. Of all the things the guild could do, it had to play with fire and provoke Zero Wing. Now, their adventurer teams had been caught in the crossfire. 5 short minutes after Melancholic Smile announced Zero Wing's intentions, over a dozen well-known adventurer teams in Red Iron Town declared their intent to withdraw. The merchant players who had considered purchasing shops in the town had begun to hesitate as well. Although Red Iron Town was prosperous, it was no match for Stone Forest Town. Most importantly, Stone Forest Town had the money-making machine, the battle arena. With the battle arena, the town attracted countless experts. The top adventurer teams in Red Iron Town also began to panic. Zero Wing. Do you really think we need your battle arena to improve? Zero Wing thinks too highly of itself. Such tactics are only useful against well-known adventurer teams. Although the post had somewhat shaken the 3 top adventurer teams, they were still confident of their own strength. Even without the battle arena, they could find areas to train their combat standards. Moreover, they were confident that with their assistance, Heaven's Burial could nurture Red Iron Town to surpass Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, in the morning battlefield, Aqua Rose, Alluring Smile, Blackie, and the other upper echelons had reached level 50 while Shifeng had conversed with Melancholic Smile. Wonderful. I've finally reached level 50. Blackie laughed when he saw the golden glow envelop his body. I can finally challenge my Tier 2 promotion quest. The rest of these core members were also excited. Currently, every expert's goal was to obtain their Tier 2 class. This was especially true for Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other upper echelons, as they knew Shifeng had already completed his. They had also witnessed Shifeng's battle against Evil Fire, so they were fully aware of how powerful a Tier 2 class was. It was on a completely different level from a Tier 1 class. Since you've reached level 50, you can go and challenge your Tier 2 promotion quests now. When Shifeng saw that Aqua Rose and some others had reached level 50, he took a fist-sized stone tablet from his bag. It was none other than the Sea God's Legacy, which Shifeng had obtained in the Sea Dragon's secret land. Smiling, he said, I have a special legacy. I'm sure you're all aware of Hidden Class's flaws, so I won't go into detail. Whoever wants to class change into a hidden class can apply with me. There are a total of 10 slots available. 10 slots? Shifeng's words rendered Aqua Rose and the others speechless. Every player in God's domain sought to obtain a hidden class. God's domain's various superpowers constantly tried to obtain high-rank legacies. Unfortunately, even they had only gotten their hands on a few. Yet, Shifeng had 10 legacy slots. Moreover, the instant Shifeng had revealed the Sea God's Legacy, it seemed as if the space around them had frozen. They felt the tablet radiate an intense pressure, so much so that they felt a bit sluggish. One could easily imagine how extraordinary the stone tablet was. The legacy was definitely a high rank. Chapter 1365, Extravagant Assault. Who's up to the challenge? Shifeng asked as he looked at Aqua Rose and the others. Although he had held onto the Sea God's Legacy for a while, he had kept it hidden in his bag due to its level 50 requirement. Now that Aqua Rose and the others had reached level 50, this was a good opportunity for them to take the challenge and obtain the legacy. Other players would likely need to improve their equipment after reaching level 50, but Aqua Rose and the other upper echelons already wore complete Tier 1 set equipment. Moreover, Aqua Rose and the others had consumed the Moonlight Fruit, their physiques improving considerably. At their current standards, improving their combat power would take a lot of time and effort. Hence, this was the best time for them to attempt the class change. If one of them obtained the Sea God's Legacy, Zero Wing would have another peak expert. During naval combat, the Sea God's Legacy player's performance would be even more impressive. Guild Leader, what rank is the legacy? Aqua Rose asked curiously. Among the 10 legacy slots, 9 are for the Sea God's Guard Legacy. At its weakest, it's an advanced legacy. The last slot is the Sea God's Legacy. It's the strongest, even superior to peak legacies. Whether or not you obtain these legacies depends on your strength, Shifeng explained. Even superior to peak legacies? Everyone gasped, their eyes shining as they gazed at the legacy tablet. Even advanced legacies were beyond most players' reach, yet among Shifeng's 10 legacy slots, the weakest was advanced rank, and the strongest was superior to a peak legacy. If news of this went public, it would cause a huge commotion throughout God's domain. It might even tempt superpowers to move against Zero Wing. Thoughts of obtaining these legacies flooded these players' minds. As for Alluring Summer and Cola, they glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. If not for the Dragon Soul Potion, they, too, could have tried for the Sea God's Legacy. Since Violet Cloud already had the Astromancer hidden class, she didn't mind missing the opportunity to obtain the Sea God's Legacy. Following which, Shifeng sent Aqua Rose and the others, who were up to the challenge, into the legacy space. As for Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer, and Cola, Shifeng gave them the Magic Soul Potion recipe and sent them back to White River City for their promotion and class change quests, respectively. Once Aqua Rose and the others completed their class change, Shifeng intended to claim the manatite mine in the Sea of Death, solving Zero Wing's magic crystal problem. The crystals from the Stoneclaw Mountains, the battle arena, and team dungeons simply weren't enough for the guild's expenditures. He also had the Ring of Gospel, which he needed to give a frightening number of magic crystals each week. Shifeng had considered securing the manatite mine earlier, but the island it was on was too dangerous. Current players simply couldn't contend with the monsters there. Hence, he had put the matter on hold. However, if Aqua Rose and the others obtained the sea god's legacies, they could claim the mine. Only the various superpowers had qualified to hold the manatite mine in the past. If Zero Wing had their own, it would boost the guild's development by leaps and bounds. Quickly, Shifeng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Completing the Ancient Orc Empire quest was his current priority. It was the reason he had led this legion to the morning battlefield. Following which, Shifeng led Zero Wing's members and cleared out the orc armies in their path, slowly advancing towards the Ancient Orc Empire's capital. Once in the morning battlefield's inner region, the legion encountered far more, stronger orcs. On average, these orcs were above level 80. If not for the miniature ballistas, they wouldn't have been able to continue. After another 3 hours or so grinding, Shifeng and the others finally reached the ancient city's ruins. As the capital of an empire that had once shaken the gods' domain continent, one could still feel the city's might even after the corrosion of time. The city walls alone were 50 meters tall, and the main gates depicted over a dozen massive, divine figures. Numerous high-rank buildings filled the city. Among them, the most awe-inspiring was the ancient Orc Empire's palace. It loomed like a massive mountain, and one could easily overlook the entire capital from the top of the palace. Despite having fallen to ruin, the capital's mana was far denser than elsewhere. Even from outside, Zero Wing's players could feel it. However, compared to those factors, the number of orcs inside the city was shocking. The legion was stupefied. The ancient city should have been lost to history, yet Zero Wing's members felt as if they had just walked into a current orc city. Orcs constantly passed through the city's main gates, and those that entered the city seemed like well-trained soldiers. Their auras and levels were far superior to the orcs the legion had encountered on the way here. Even the lowest leveled orc was level 80. Chieftain-ranked orcs were everywhere as well. From time to time, these players also spotted level 85 Grand Lords leading squads as they patrolled the walls. Their eyes shone with wisdom. Guild leader, you don't intend to attack the city, right? Zero Wing's members gulped as they stared at the ancient city before them. They were the elite among Zero Wing's elites, and even the weakest among them could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. They were quite confident in capturing a dark town with 50 miniature ballistas, but as they stared at the scene before them, they couldn't help but panic. They could already see tens of thousands of orcs, including at least 20 level 85 Grand Lords and more than 200 Great Lords. There was doubt that more orcs lay beyond the city walls. This wasn't a place for current players. Moreover, orcs weren't like wild beasts. These monsters possessed a certain degree of intellect. If they attacked even one of these orcs, they might aggro every orc in sight. Even with 2 level 64, tier 3 demons on their side, they had little hope against these powerful orcs. Why are so many monsters here? Shifeng, who stood at the foot of a mountain, was similarly stunned as he stared at the imperial capital before him. Is this because of the quest? When he had come here in the past, only a few orc tribes had lived in the area. Now, however, the ancient city had a large orc population. But after giving the matter some thought, Shifeng found the situation reasonable. After all, this was an SSS-rank commission. The system wouldn't make it easy to obtain the disintegration axe. Otherwise, Star Moon Kingdom wouldn't have failed all 3 of the freebie SSS-rank commissions. We won't be able to force our way through the front gates. We'll have to lure the orcs out. Glancing around the ancient city, Shifeng discarded his plan of a direct assault. Unless he had a team of 3,000 level 80 elite players and a large stock war weapons, clearing out the orcs on the city walls would be impossible. With their current combatants, they had no chance of defeating these orcs. However, after going through great lengths to reach the city, Shifeng refused to give up without a fight. Lure the orcs? When everyone heard of Shifeng's crazy plan, they wondered if they had misheard him. Whether or not they could lure these orcs without dying, how were they supposed to enter the city if they succeeded? However, Shifeng didn't offer an explanation as he began to distribute tasks. The imperial capital had 4 entrances, all of which were heavily guarded. Forcing their way in would be suicidal. Even the Tier 3 demons would die instantly in a head-on charge. After all, the level gap was too massive. There were also so many high-tiered monsters defending the entrances. If they wanted to lure these orcs out of the city, they had to use the miniature ballistas. The miniature ballistas had a maximum range of 3,000 yards. Even level 85 Grand Lords would need some time to cross such a distance. Shifeng would have Zero Wings members use the miniature ballistas to lure the orcs from all 4 entrances. However, they wouldn't target the orcs on the walls, but the orcs inside the city. Fortunately, he had the 7 Luminaries ring. As long as he input the correct coordinates, he could use space movement to infiltrate the imperial capital. He would never use such a strategy to enter a normal capital, but the ancient Orc Empire's main city had long since fallen into ruin. It was no longer protected by magic arrays. Aside from the Orc Palace, which was strengthened by divine runes that would prevent him from teleporting into the building, he could teleport anywhere within the city. The orcs inside the city were the only problem. Even if he were familiar with the terrain, he would undoubtedly die if he teleported into a group of orcs. He needed them to leave the city first. Only then would he have an opportunity to infiltrate the Orc Palace. Following which, Shifeng selected 16 miniature ballistas with the least amount of durability remaining, stationing them near the 4 entrances. He then gave the players manning the miniature ballistas Tier 1 instantaneous movement scrolls. This way, these players could leave the battlefield as soon as the orcs left the city. They could then find a safe location and use a return scroll to leave the morning battlefield. He had the rest of his legion take the remaining miniature ballistas back to Stone Forest Town and rest. Although this plan would sacrifice 16 miniature ballistas, it would be a worthwhile trade if he successfully entered the Orc Palace. When Zero Wings members heard Shifeng's crazy plan, they thought it was extravagant. Shifeng wanted to trade 16 miniature ballistas for a single opportunity. Throughout God's domain, Shifeng was likely the only player mad enough to do something like this. The other superpowers guild leaders would never make such a gamble. Time passed quickly. Under Shifeng's command, the 16 miniature ballistas moved into position. Guild leader, our side is ready. All right. Begin. Once everyone was prepared, Shifeng adjusted his position and gave the command. Immediately, the 16 miniature ballistas launched exploding arrows at the ancient capital's walls. The exploding arrows passed through the walls easily. Before the orcs on the walls could even react, the exploding arrows exploded inside the city. Boom. 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 A series of explosions shook the air. Deafening roars then echoed from beyond the city walls. What? Mythic monsters are inside the city? Shifeng inwardly rejoiced when he saw 3 figures appear above the city and charged towards the miniature ballistas. Had he snuck into the city recklessly, he would have lost his life. Shortly after these mythic-ranked orcs left the city, the orcs inside the capital went into a frenzy, too, surged out of the city. There's my chance. Seeing the orcs pour out of the city and the 3 mythic orcs more than 200 yards away from its walls, Shifeng activated space movement and leaped into the spatial tear that formed before him. After vanishing from the foot of the mountain, he appeared before the Orcs' Palace's main entrance. Chapter 1366, Ancient Treasure Chest. The instant Shifeng appeared before the towering palace, he immediately sensed 2 sources of killing intent locking onto him. If an ordinary player were standing in his place, the pressure definitely would have suffocated them. Sure enough, the game won't let players enter the palace so easily. Shifeng glanced at the two stone statues situated on each side of the palace's main entrance. The killing intent he felt came from none other than these two statues. Originally, he thought that once he had lured away the orcs surrounding the palace, he could enter the palace undetected. However, his distraction attempt had failed to draw these two gargoyles from their stations, as they simply stood guard before the palace's entrance. Gargoyle, Demonic Beast, Great Lord. Level 85. HP 90,000,000/90,000,000. The instant these two gargoyles awakened, they let loose an angry roar that echoed throughout the entire ancient city. Their cries immediately notified the orcs, which had left the city to deal with the invaders, that there was an intruder at the palace. The orcs promptly turned around and raced back. Damn it. Shifeng promptly activated Wind Rider and dashed into the palace. The terrain inside the orc palace was complex. Moreover, the interior was slightly cramped. There, he would not have to take the full brunt of the orc army. In the next moment, Shifeng transformed into a streak of light as he disappeared into the inner section of the palace. As for the awakened gargoyles, they flapped the wings on their backs and chased after him. Guild leader, not good. The three mythic-ranked orcs returned to the city right away after destroying the miniature ballistas. A zero-wing member, who was hiding at the foot of a mountain, reported hurriedly in the team chat when he saw the mythic orcs flying back to the city. Already? Shifeng frowned slightly. He then replied, I got it. You guys should leave this place now. Although the gargoyles were currently chasing after him, after he activated Wind Rider, he was much faster than they were. Moreover, now that he had entered the palace, with the interior of the palace akin to a maze, even if he couldn't throw the gargoyles off his trail, the gargoyles wouldn't be able to do anything to him within a short period. The only problem was the three mythic orcs. If they spotted him, he definitely wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He needed to locate the disintegration axe before those mythic orcs discovered him. If he failed in his attempt this time, the difficulty of his next attempt at entering the palace would no doubt be much higher. Fortunately, Shifeng was still relatively familiar with the palace's terrain. Without faltering, he rapidly wound closer and closer to the palace's underground treasury. Roar! As Shifeng neared the underground treasury, the two gargoyles grew enraged, continuously letting out one roar after another while also spitting out gray breaths. Everything that came in contact with this breath was immediately petrified. Players could not block this move, only dodge. When Wind Rider's duration was close to running out, Shifeng was still more than halfway to the underground treasury. Meanwhile, like navigators, the two gargoyles constantly reported their exact locations to the orcs inside the city. If I don't get rid of these two gargoyles, those three mythic orcs will most likely find me in short order. A deep frown formed on Shifeng's face as he looked at the two gargoyles dogging his heels. He finally understood why nobody managed to complete this commission in the past. Anyone who wished to complete it needed sufficient combat power to capture the ancient city. However, doing so was easier said than done. Although he had managed to get into the palace using a trick, if he did not kill the two gargoyles chasing after him, it would be only a matter of time before he had to face off against the three mythic orcs. However, even if the two gargoyles simply stood still and did nothing, he wouldn't be able to kill either one of them due to their ridiculously high HPs. Just as Shifeng was trying to think of a way to deal with the gargoyles, he suddenly discovered a forked path ahead of him. Meanwhile, the two branches headed in opposite directions. A forked path? Shifeng's lips curled up slightly when he saw the fork ahead. Although killing the gargoyles was beyond him, throwing them off his trail would be sufficient to achieve his goal. As long as he could escape the gargoyles' perception range, the two great lords would no longer be able to locate him. Following which, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill. He and his doppelganger then split up, each of them taking one of the paths ahead. However, the path Shifeng himself chose did not lead to the palace's treasury but to the underground library. The gargoyles had long since locked on to Shifeng's presence, so they completely ignored the doppelganger as they continued in pursuit of the real body. Soon, the distance separating Shifeng and his doppelganger widened. 100 yards. 300 yards. 500 yards. When Wind Rider's duration ended and Shifeng landed back on the ground, the two gargoyles immediately moved to surround him. They then revealed sinister expressions as they stalked up to Shifeng step by step. 700 yards, this should be enough. Looking at the gargoyles that were already preparing to assault him, Shifeng silently guessed the distance between him and his doppelganger. In God's domain, different monsters had different perception ranges. According to statistics, setting aside those with very high intellect, monsters at the Great Lord rank generally had a maximum perception range of 500 to 600 yards, while mythic monsters was between 1,000 and 1,500 yards. Thus, when players were targeted by mythic monsters, escape was generally impossible. As for the gargoyles, due to them being demonic beasts, they could be considered relatively sensitive monsters. Hence, their maximum perception range should exceed 500 yards. As a precaution, Shifeng chose to put at least 700 yards between himself and his doppelganger before swapping positions. In the next moment, the two gargoyles let loose angry roars as they spat out grey whirlwinds from their mouths. In this cramped space, it was practically impossible for Shifeng to avoid the whirlwinds. Replace. Shifeng directly used his doppelganger replace skill, switching positions with his distant doppelganger. At the same time, he also had his doppelganger activate defensive blade to buy him as much time as possible. You guys have fun with my doppelganger. Shifeng smiled faintly when he appeared in the other pathway. He could tell that the killing intent locked on him had already disappeared. He then activated Windwalk and dashed towards the underground treasury. Although there were no longer any monsters on his tail, Shifeng did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated Omniscient Eyes to constantly scan his surroundings. The reason he had done so was the increase in density of traps as one got closer to the palace's treasury, and accidentally triggering even one of them might result in death. When Shifeng had come here in the past, the Orc Palace had long since been explored by other players. Back then, the traps inside the palace were mostly disabled already. He had only visited it to try his luck and see if he could come across any treasure chests. After all, treasure chests spawned randomly. Meanwhile, the chances of stumbling across a treasure chest in a location like a palace was much higher than elsewhere. What? There really is a treasure chest. Shortly after Shifeng headed off to the treasury, he discovered a small, secret room in a corridor leading to a small courtyard, and placed inside the secret room was a treasure chest. I don't think I saw this secret room in the past. However, the magic barrier set up to protect this room really is complex. I wonder what rank the treasure chest stored inside is. Omniscient Eyes only allowed him to perceive the shape of the treasure chest. He could not determine the quality and color of the materials used to create the treasure chest itself. Following which, Shifeng walked over to the secret room. Fortunately, no traps were set up inside the secret room. There was only a magic barrier that concealed the room from the eyes of players, so there was no danger whatsoever. If he did not take away such a treasure chest, then he really would be doing a disservice to himself. The concealment technique used is really brilliant. Not only is there a magic barrier to hide the room's presence, but there is also a physical mechanism hiding it. Even an expert in cracking traps would not be able to notice this room. No wonder nobody managed to discover this place in the past, Shifeng muttered in astonishment. Unfortunately, even if the room was skillfully hidden, such trickery was no use against Omniscient Eyes. Breaking through the magic barrier was a piece of cake. Shifeng just activated Flame Burst and sent 10 or so attacks at the wall concealing the room. Once the barrier was shattered, the real wall appeared before him. He then pulled the chain hidden by the foot of the wall. In the next moment, the wall slowly rose, revealing the secret room. The instant the secret room was opened, Shifeng felt a dense wave of mana washing over him, giving him a pleasant feeling. His mind also felt refreshed. In the next moment, however, a terrifying aura enveloped his body, making even movement difficult. After Shi Feng saw the true nature of this treasure chest, he could not help his surprise. An ancient treasure chest. Chapter 1367, God's Possession. Shi Feng's breathing grew short as he looked at the pitch-black treasure chest, which was covered in a thick layer of dust, sitting inside the room. An ancient treasure chest. This was something he had only heard about in rumors, but an ancient treasure chest was a treasure chest handed down from the ancient gods. Although the treasure chest seemed to be made of black iron, in reality, it was made of obsidian crystal, one of the materials that were second to only the 7 Luminaries crystal. Every ancient treasure chest was worth an unimaginable amount of money in God's domain because they contained the possession of gods. Rumors had it that even the most inferior item one could obtain from an ancient treasure chest could rival those from an epic treasure chest, while better ones could rival even the items from legendary treasure chests. Meanwhile, the rarity of ancient treasure chests was on par with epic treasure chests. Shi Feng had only ever heard about them and never personally seen one before. According to rumors, one could come across an ancient treasure chest only in extremely dangerous ancient ruins. He never imagined that he would actually find one in the ancient Orc Empire. So this is an ancient treasure chest? It really is amazing. When Shi Feng arrived before the ancient treasure chest, he felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed. As the ancient treasure chest was an item personally created by a god, in addition to the divine runes carved by a god on the treasure chest, the closer Shi Feng approached the ancient treasure chest, the stronger the divine might he experienced. Now that he was standing right in front of the ancient treasure chest, it felt as if the blood inside his body had turned to lead. Right now, his body was so sluggish that even a Lord-ranked monster of the same level could kill him easily. If a Tier 1 player were standing in his place right now, they would have already collapsed to the ground and become paralyzed. However, this was also the reason why the ancient treasure chest was not locked. The divine might the treasure chest exuded was the best protection. The instant Shi Feng activated the ancient treasure chest, the divine runes carved on it started glowing. Immediately, the mana inside the secret room rampaged as the treasure chest sucked it in. This phenomenon continued for several seconds before ceasing. By the time the treasure chest stopped absorbing the ambient mana, the pressure it exuded had also grown significantly. Only one item? Shi Feng could not help falling speechless as he looked at the pitch-black ring floating inside the treasure chest. The ancient treasure chest size was equivalent to a large wardrobe, yet the space inside the treasure chest was only the size of a basketball. However, Shi Feng did not pay heed to this contradiction for too long as he picked up the pitch-black ring and inspected it. Cannot be appraised. So this is an item left behind by a god? No matter how he tried to examine the ring, as if the ring was just a stone on the side of the road, it revealed no information whatsoever. This was the first time Shi Feng had come across an item that could not be appraised in God's domain. Even when he obtained the Destroyer of Immortality before, when he first tried appraising the item, he had at least managed to get a name from it, albeit an extremely vague one. If not for the shabby ring in his hands being stored inside the ancient treasure chest just a moment ago, he might have treated it as garbage and tossed it aside. After all, the pitch-black ring was simply too ordinary, there was nothing special about it whatsoever. However, although he was unable to appraise it, he had no intention of giving up. After waiting for 10 minutes, he activated Omniscient Eyes and started appraising the ring once more. What? It still can't be appraised. Just what is this ring? Shi Feng could not help being surprised when he saw the system's response. Until now, Omniscient Eyes had never failed to appraise an item. Even someone as powerful as Charlene had praised the Omniscient Eyes before. Yet, now, Omniscient Eyes was actually ineffective on the pitch-black ring. Meanwhile, there was only one possibility for Omniscient Eyes to give a response of, cannot be appraised, and that was because Omniscient Eyes' appraisal rank was still insufficient. He required a stronger appraisal skill. Shi Feng could only think of one appraisal skill that surpassed Omniscient Eyes, Eyes of Truth. This was something he had learned from Charlene. However, as to how he could obtain the Eyes of Truth, that, he did not know. He could only try asking Charlene about it later on. But before then, he couldn't do anything about the pitch-black ring. Following which, Shifeng stored the ring and left the secret room. Compared to identifying the pitch-black ring, completing his quest was more important right now. There were many traps on the way to the underground treasury, and any trap could easily end a player's life. Even a peak assassin would lose their life here if they were not careful. Hence, for Shifeng, who was a swordsman, reaching the treasury was even more difficult. The only choice he had was to rely on omniscient eyes to avoid the traps. If he came across an unavoidable trap, then he would use absolute defense to tank it. In the end, Shifeng took several times longer to complete the journey, which originally should have taken only 10 minutes or so. As he neared the treasury, he suddenly received a message from Melancholic Smile. The message was very simple. Some time ago, many evil demons started appearing around White River City and Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the evil demons that appeared were all Lord rank and above. Moreover, these evil demons moved with great caution. As soon as they executed an attack in one location, they would immediately move elsewhere, giving the Zero Wing members dispatched no opportunity to surround them. This situation suddenly depressed the number of players wishing to travel to Stone Forest Town significantly. Although Stone Forest Town itself was safe from the invasion of monsters, ordinary players and adventurer teams that did not possess a private house in Stone Forest Town could only get to Stone Forest Town from the nearest NPC town via horse carriage. Meanwhile, although horse carriages were fast, they did not possess any offensive capabilities. Hence, the only fate awaiting ordinary players assaulted by evil demons was death. With the journey to Stone Forest Town so dangerous, many players would naturally give up on going to Stone Forest Town. So Heaven's Burial is no longer even trying to hide that it's colluding with the evil god's temple? Shifeng's complexion darkened. This situation left him with no choice but to complete his quest quickly and return. Even ordinary experts would be no match for Lord-ranked evil demons. Only experts on Aqua Rose's level had a chance against such monsters. However, Aqua Rose and the others were currently challenging their class change quests and promotion quests, so there were no powerful experts stationed in Stone Forest Town right now. Hence, the only way to deal with the evil demons was to surround and kill them in groups. However, the evil demons would flee as soon as they launched an assault, giving no opportunities for Zero Wings members to do anything. Now, only he could do something about this situation. As soon as an evil demon appeared, if he was notified of the coordinates of the assaulted players, he could go to the scene immediately using the 7 Luminaries ring space movement. However, he had just managed to enter the Orc Palace after going through so much trouble. If he returned before completing his quest, it would be much more difficult to get into the palace again on his next attempt. Following which, Shifeng sent Melancholic Smile a message, telling her to have Zero Wings members form patrol squads and patrol the routes leading to Stone Forest Town for the time being. Although doing so required a lot of manpower, they would be able to suppress the evil demons to a certain extent and prevent them from casually attacking the merchant routes. Time passed quickly. After spending another 2 hours or so traveling inside the palace, Shifeng finally arrived at the hall before the palace's treasury. Inside the spacious hall, which was strengthened by divine runes and magic arrays, an armored orc with its eyes shut sat quietly before the treasury's doors. From afar, the orc looked just like a statue. I was wondering why no orcs came searching for me at the underground treasury after such a long time had passed. So there was still such a guard here. Shifeng could not help but frown as he looked at the armored orc while hiding in a dark corner of the corridor. Although the orc guarding the treasury was not very large, it could even be described as thin and old. Any player that crossed it at this stage of the game would definitely die. The reason for this was this orc being none other than the chieftain of a tribe. Orc Chieftain, humanoid creature, mythic. Level 85. HP 320,000,000/320,000,000. Against this monster, even a 100-man elite team of level 85, Tier 2 players would be annihilated. Shifeng knew this because he had led a team to raid an orc chieftain before, except that he had already been promoted into a tier 3 sword king back then. In terms of strength, the orc chieftain was much more powerful than the 3 mythic ranked orcs that had charged out of the city. Moreover, its intellect could rival even that of an NPC. It was like a sage among orcs. Even a 1,000-man elite team of the same level would wipe unless they had a tool that could target the orc chieftain's weakness. Just as Shifeng was thinking about how to get past the orc chieftain, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. Moreover, the sound was also growing louder. Chapter 1368, Mythic Orc. Upon hearing the footsteps, Shifeng instinctively activated Omniscient Eyes. Immediately, he could see everything happening within 100 yards. A patrol squad? With Omniscient Eyes perception, he sensed a group of 6 level 85 orc warriors moving towards his position, every one of them a great lord. If not for the orc warriors having to disable the various traps, they would have long since reached his position. After watching the orc warriors disable the traps one after another, Shifeng made a rough estimate. His guess was that these orc warriors needed roughly 20 seconds to disable each trap, which meant they would take a maximum of only 3 minutes to reach him. Moreover, the corridor leading to the treasury did not have any forks. Once the patrol squad disabled the traps and entered the corridor, he would have nowhere to hide. The security here is really tight. It seems I can only give that thing a shot. Shifeng shifted his gaze to the orc chieftain resting before the treasury. Now that his goal was already before him, there was no way he would simply retreat without doing anything. Besides, these orcs were highly intelligent. Who knew what sort of changes would occur on his next attempt at entering this place? Also, judging by the earlier sight of orcs continuously entering the city gates, he could tell that the number of orcs in the ancient city would most likely become even more frightening in the future. Following which, Shifeng took out a summon guard scroll from his bag and summoned Anna. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. Although a level 64, Tier 3 demon was no different from a fly to a level 85, mythic ranked orc. Right now, every second counted. When he had visited the orc palace in his previous life, there had been no orc chieftain defending the treasury. However, there had been a magic barrier, and the toughness of this magic barrier could even rival the magic array protecting White River City. Even Tier 4 mythic monsters would be helpless against it. In order to enter it, players needed to use 1 mana stone to disable the barrier temporarily. While he had already prepared the mana stone required, disabling the magic barrier was time-consuming. To be precise, it took 30 seconds to disable the barrier. 30 seconds might not be a long time, but surviving against a level 85 mythic orc for 30 seconds would be an extremely challenging feat for Shifeng's current self to accomplish. After Anna appeared, she summoned 10 level 75 rock guardians and 1 level 75 great lord ranked golden giant. Although these summoned creatures were nothing in the face of the orc chieftain, they could buy him some time. Good. Let's begin. Shifeng commanded. Anna promptly controlled the golden giant to dash forward, the great lord making the ground shudder as it ran. Almost immediately, the orc chieftain, who was still over 200 yards away from the golden giant, discovered the great lord's presence. Upon opening its eyes, the orc chieftain gave the golden giant a look of contempt. In the next moment, a wave of crimson energy flooded out into the surroundings from the orc chieftain's body. The instant this energy wave enveloped the golden giant's movements turned sluggish as if the great lord had just run into a muddy swamp. Even its basic attributes fell by 20%. Impossible. An orc has actually grasped a Tier 4 domain? Shifeng was shocked when he saw the crimson domain that had formed around the orc chieftain. Even Tier 4 NPCs would not necessarily possess a Tier 4 domain skill. Any monster or NPC that managed to grasp a Tier 4 domain would have their strength categorized as Tier 4 peak. Unless one had a sufficiently powerful magic array, defeating such monsters and NPCs was practically impossible for player teams below Tier 4. After all, not only could a domain suppress its user's enemies, but it could also strengthen its user. Unless one possessed a domain of their own to serve as a counter or had overwhelming power, they would definitely be killed. Although the Orc Chieftain's domain was not very powerful and had a range of only 200 yards, even a 1,000-man elite team would not be able to defeat it without the aid of an advanced magic array's suppression. The Golden Giant had only crossed a distance of 10 yards or so when the Orc Chieftain already appeared before it. In terms of size, the Orc Chieftain looked no different from an infant as it stood before the Golden Giant. However, when the Golden Giant, a strength-based Great Lord, sent a punch at the Orc Chieftain, the latter easily stopped the blow with just one hand. In the next moment, too lazy to even use its weapon, the Orc Chieftain countered with a punch of its own at the Golden Giant's body. Along with a loud boom, a strong gust of wind enveloped the entire hall as the Golden Giant went flying over 30 yards. Its body got embedded deep inside a wall while its HP instantly plummeted over 1 million as well. The Orc Chieftain's strength surprised even Shifeng. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, the Orc Chieftain was simply not an opponent that players at this stage of the game could go up against. Just one attack would be more than enough to kill a tier 2 metric tons of the same level with their life-saving skill activated. The Orc Chieftain was an existence that was far superior even to the evil earth dragons that appeared during the Siege War. When the Orc Chieftain appeared before the Golden Giant once more and was about to swing its fist at the Great Lord again, Anna quickly had the 10 Rock Guardians rush forward and form a magic barrier, trapping the Orc Chieftain in it. Unless the Orc Chieftain killed the Rock Guardians, it would not be able to escape the barrier. Meanwhile, with the barrier activated, not only did the Rock Guardians' basic attributes increase, but the damage they received would also be shared equally among themselves. Hence, it would take the Orc Chieftain some time to whittle down the Rock Guardians' combined HP of over 200 million. Good. Seeing the Orc Chieftain trapped, Shifeng activated Wind Rider and dashed towards the doors of the treasury without hesitation. Despicable thief. The Orc Chieftain immediately noticed Shifeng approaching the treasury's doors, the originally playful look on its face turning serious. It then retrieved the greatsword slung on its back and sent a fierce slash at the magic barrier. The Orc Chieftain's slash opened a crack in the magic barrier, nearly slicing the barrier in two. For a moment, Shifeng even thought that the magic barrier would fail to contain the Orc Chieftain. Fortunately, the Orc Chieftain's attack did not reach the magic barrier's shattering limit, and the barrier mended itself rapidly by absorbing a portion of the Rock Guardian's HPs. However, in the blink of an eye, each Rock Guardian lost over 100,000 HP. After seeing its first attack fail, the Orc Chieftain shifted its target from the magic barrier itself to one of the Rock Guardians. Scorching flames enveloping its greatsword, the Orc Chieftain swung the weapon down on its new target. Immediately, every one of the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians lost over 300,000 HP. Their destruction was only a matter of time. As for the Golden Giant, that was similarly trapped inside the magic barrier. Although it tried to interfere with the Orc Chieftain's attacks, the latter paid no attention to the Golden Giant whatsoever. The Orc Chieftain simply focused on attacking the Rock Guardians, chipping away at their HP. Moreover, the rate at which the Rock Guardians were losing HP kept rising. Quick! Move quickly! After arriving before the treasury's doors and starting the disabling process for the magic barrier, Shifeng could not help but grow anxious as he looked at the loading bar that appeared before him. At the rate at which the Orc Chieftain was dealing damage, the Rock Guardians would die in less than 30 seconds. Meanwhile, while Shifeng was disabling the magic barrier, he could not suffer any interruption at all. As long as he came under attack or tried using a skill or tool, he would have to start the disabling process all over again. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. When 2/3 of the loading bar was filled up, the sound of an explosion entered Shifeng's ears. All 10 Rock Guardians were annihilated. Moreover, right now, the Orc Chieftain's body was covered in flames. It was obvious that the Orc Chieftain was no longer pulling its punches. Letting out an angry roar, the Orc Chieftain dashed straight at Shifeng. Gnashing his teeth, Shifeng shouted, "Anna! Just in time, Anna finished chanting the last verse of her incantation. In the next moment, a golden magic array formed at the ceiling of the hall. A silver-armored Valkyrie then appeared, covering Shifeng's back. Chapter 1369, Empire's Rise. Angel Summoning. This was the strongest trump card Shifeng could use right now. Although he knew that the 10 rock guardians couldn't hold off a mythic-ranked orc for long, he hadn't expected them to die so quickly. Only 22 seconds had passed since he had started the disabling process. To make matters worse, he wasn't allowed to receive damage or use skills to defend himself. Doing so would reset the disabling process. Human. You have angered me. You dare come and steal the king's treasure? You will pay for this transgression with your life. The orc chieftain's wrathful bellow echoed throughout the hall, shaking the very stone. The orc chieftain's eyes were bloodshot, and its muscles had expanded significantly. Flames danced across its body. As a result, when it dashed towards Shifeng, it looked like a flying meteor. Even with over 100 yards between them, Shifeng couldn't help but shudder when he felt the orc chieftain's violent killing intent wrap around him. Since he was so close to disabling the magic barrier, the orc chieftain had entered its berserk state, both its strength and speed receiving significant buffs. Although Anna could summon a Tier 4 Valkyrie, she was only level 75. The Valkyrie she summoned would be the same level. A level 75 Valkyrie was already at a disadvantage against a level 85 Mythic Orc, not to mention while that Mythic Orc was in a berserk state. As the loading bar was nearly full, the orc chieftain stood less than 30 yards away from Shifeng. Turn to dust, the orc chieftain shouted as it swung its great sword, the flames around the weapon descending on Shifeng. The Valkyrie finally moved as the flaming pillar was about to smash into Shifeng. Before anyone noticed, a golden lightning spear had appeared in the Valkyrie's hand, and she threw the lightning spear at the flaming pillar. Boom! As the lightning spear left the Valkyrie's hand, a thundering boom echoed throughout the hall. The instant the spear encountered the pillar of fire, the flames scattered as the lightning spear continued towards the orc chieftain. However, despite the lightning spear's astonishing speed, moving so fast that even Shifeng didn't have time to react, the orc chieftain struck the incoming spear down with its greatsword, diverting the attack trajectory. Boom! When spear and greatsword collided, brilliant sparks scattered around the impact. The resulting shockwave of the collision was so powerful that even Shifeng, who was quite far away from the orc chieftain, felt it. Following which, the orc chieftain, who was in a berserk state, flew over 20 yards backward, fear surfacing on its face as it stared at the Valkyrie. So strong. Shifeng gaped at the scene. Although he knew that the Valkyrie was quite strong due to being a member of the angel race, he had never expected her to overwhelm a mythic monster with a Tier 4 domain. Furthermore, the Valkyrie was 10 levels below the orc chieftain. If not for Angel Summoning's 10-second duration, the Valkyrie might even kill the chieftain. Shifeng's excitement grew as he thought about killing a level 85, Tier 4 peak monster. If he killed the orc chieftain, he could obtain loot that was even more extraordinary than what ordinary mythic monsters dropped. After all, every Tier 4 peak monster was an overlord in God's domain. Every one of these creatures' deaths would send tremors throughout God's domain. After landing her first attack, the Valkyrie's wings trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, she arrived before the orc chieftain wielding another golden lightning spear. This time, she thrust the spear forward, moving so fast that even Shifeng's eyes couldn't keep up. However, the orc chieftain wasn't fazed as he took a step forward and met the spear with his greatsword. In an instant, the Valkyrie and orc chieftain exchanged several blows, the two Tier 4 existences filling the hall with lightning and fire. The battle's residual power alone prevented anyone from approaching. However, the numerous exchanges pushed the orc chieftain back, one step after another, increasing the distance between him and Shifeng. Shifeng released a sigh of relief as the Valkyrie suppressed the orc chieftain. In the meantime, the loading bar gradually continued to fill. When the loading bar was full, the magic barrier protecting the treasury disappeared. Damnable human. Seeing the magic barrier vanish, the orc chieftain's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared hatefully at Shifeng. Die. Suddenly, the hall's mana grew violent as a gray, threefold magic array formed at the tip of the orc chieftain's greatsword. The crimson flames dancing over the weapon also faded to a dark gray, radiating a deathly aura that even Shifeng was wary of. Suddenly, the orc chieftain swung its greatsword in Shifeng's direction 9 times, sending 9 gray fire pythons towards the swordsman. Although the Valkyrie tried to block the attacks with her lightning spears, she could only toss 7 spears in a single breath, striking down 7 fire pythons. The remaining 2 continued towards Shifeng unhindered. Watching the 2 fire pythons approach, Shifeng did not dare to be careless as he activated absolute defense while trying to open the doors before him. Although the treasury doors were massive, Shifeng pulled one open without much force. Although the gray fire had wrapped around him, they couldn't do any harm. Success! Shifeng was ecstatic. The orc chieftain watched helplessly as Shifeng disappeared into the treasury with Anna at his heels. The treasury contained a teleportation array connected to a special space. The special space was similar to a dungeon. Once players entered, monsters and players outside wouldn't be able to reach them. Upon entering the treasury, Shifeng stood before a large, golden shrine. Various treasures had been put on display inside the shrine, and every one of these items was extremely valuable to current players. It's here. Shifeng was elated to see the pitch-black war axe inside one of the shrine's magic crystal pillars. The war axe inside the magic crystal pillar was none other than the disintegration axe, the weapon which had once belonged to the Orc Empire's founding emperor. Legend had it that this axe possessed boundless power, and a single hit could destroy a city. The disintegration axe had been the reason the Orc Empire had prospered and been feared by God's domain's various empires. However, for some unknown reason, the disintegration axe had been shattered, resulting in the Orc Empire's eventual downfall. The disintegration axe before him was merely one of the larger fragments. Although the disintegration axe's fragment was right before him, Shifeng didn't hurry to grab it. Instead, he slowly checked the shrine's other treasures. If the Orc Palace's treasury were a unique dungeon, then these treasures were its loot. Only, while some of the items on display were available in unlimited quantities, some items would disappear forever once they were claimed. However, whether or not players could claim these items would depend on their abilities. Every team that entered the palace treasury only had 2 chances to pick an item. The higher quality the items they chose were, the stronger their opponent would be. Only after killing these monsters would players be granted their chosen item. After the 2 attempts, players would have to wait 5 days before re-entering the treasury. Shifeng had long since familiarized himself with the monsters that could appear in the treasury, including their level of difficulty. Only, he wasn't sure if his quest would trigger any changes. After confirming the disintegration axe's location, the sound of a system notification reached his ears as he scanned through the nearby items. System announcement: a player has triggered the new expansion pack Empire's Rise. The system will undergo an update. The estimated duration is 10 hours. Please prepare to log out. Chapter 1370, Weapon of Legend secured. The system announcement immediately caused a commotion among God's Domain's players. What? Why is the system starting an update now? I just joined a party for a dungeon. Who's the bastard that triggered a new expansion pack this time? 10 hours? This update is so long. I wonder what will have changed the next time I log in. For a time, the players heatedly discussed the announcement. Everyone was interested to see what the new expansion pack would bring. This was especially true for the game's various major powers. After all, every new expansion pack represented a new opportunity. If they could take advantage of the new opportunity, they might secure certain benefits. The expansion pack Demon God's Disturbance was one such example. This expansion pack had spawned dark cities in the various kingdoms and empires, giving many guilds an opportunity to rise to prominence. The ancient Orc Empire's rise has such a massive effect? Shi Feng was slightly astonished as he read the system announcement. As far as he could remember, normal expansion packs hadn't triggered updates in the past. Only large-scale expansion packs would do so. Moreover, the Empire's Rise expansion pack had triggered a 10-hour-long system update. Such a lengthy system update could rival a system upgrade. But Shi Feng didn't give it too much thought as he decided to log out and rest. No one would know the new expansion pack's contents until after the system update finished. It was currently 5 a.m. in the real world. As soon as Shi Feng logged out of God's domain and opened his eyes in the virtual gaming cabin, a series of messages and voicemails bombarded his screen. It seems that I have a lot to do since winning the friendly competition. Shi Feng briefly glanced through the messages and voicemails. Liang Jing had sent the majority of these messages, while a small portion were invitations, inviting him, the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor, to participate in various companies' and corporations' events. He hadn't been this popular before the White Tiger Dojo's competition. Due to the fact that the White Tiger Dojo had gone to great lengths to promote the friendly competition, the Big Dipper Dojo had become incredibly popular after defeating the White Tiger Dojo. People came every day to join the dojo, including a few local, professional fighters. In addition, based on a report from Blackie, Zero Wing had recently recruited nearly 100 newcomers for internal nurturing. Blackie had also stated that if they continued recruiting internal members at this rate, the Greenwater Villa would soon reach maximum occupancy. Shi Feng had also considered this issue. However, Gentle Snow's negotiations had not been favorable as those several companies still refused to let go of Ouroboros's training grounds. All she could do now was wait. They would sell the training ground, sooner or later, since its upkeep was quite expensive, and they wouldn't be able to afford it for long. However, Shi Feng had also considered constructing his own training ground since he had received a massive amount of funding from Phoenix Rain some time ago. He had only avoided this option thus far simply because it was so time-consuming. After going offline, Shi Feng began his busy day. Not only did he need to train, but he also needed to instruct Blackie and the others. When Shi Feng saw how cramped the Greenwater Villa was becoming, the need for his own training ground grew even stronger. That the afternoon, Liang Jing contacted him and reported, "Head instructor, a representative from the White Tiger Dojo has arrived with a message. It seems that Hall Master Jiang has invited you to the White Tiger Dojo for a drink. Would you like me to prepare for your departure? The White Tiger Dojo wants to meet with me." Shi Feng could not help but laugh. Jiang Tianyuan had already rejected his proposal, only offering a vague reply. Now, the man wanted to speak with him again. "This is interesting, but I don't have time for that right now. God's domain system update will finish soon. Tell them that I'm very busy, and we'll talk next time." Next time? Liang Jing was dumbfounded. They were talking about an invitation from Jiang Tianyuan. Even Chairman Xiao would obediently meet the man, yet Shi Feng rejected the invitation. However, since Shi Feng had given his reply, Liang Jing could only follow his instructions accordingly and reject the White Tiger Dojo's invitation. Meanwhile, Xie Chiwen, who waited in the Big Dipper Dojo, was momentarily stunned when he received Liang Jing's reply. Shortly after, however, a sneer twisted his expression. "This punk is quite bold. He even dares to reject the Hall Master Zhang's invitation." Xie Chiwen had worried that Shi Feng might become a threat to his position seeing as Jiang Tianyuan had actually sent the man a personal invitation, but he was more than happy to help Shi Feng dig his own grave. "All right, I'll report to the Hall Master, word for word." After Xie Chiwen left, Shi Feng returned to his room and drank a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids before logging back into God's domain. When Shi Feng logged back in, nothing had changed. He couldn't find anything different about the shrine. He was a little confused. Such lengthy updates normally generated some change, yet nothing was different. Forget it. I'll worry about it after I get my hands on the item. Shi Feng promptly gave up on searching for the system updates changes and began to search through the shrine's items. He was very familiar with the monsters inside the Orc Palace's treasury. He knew this area's rules like the back of his hand. After players selected an item, a monster between level 50 and 100 would appear. Normally, the monster would only be 5 levels higher than the player. The monster's rank depended on the selected item, ranging between Grand Lord and High Lord. A different number of monsters would also appear. This number depended on how many players had entered the treasury. The treasury allowed up to a maximum of 20 people to enter at a time, and NPC guards would be included. If a 20-man team entered the treasury, 3 challenge monsters would appear per item. If it were a 6-man party, though, only 1 challenge monster would appear. For Shifeng, who had dark gold and epic guards, this area was no more of a challenge than his own backyard. He just needed to select his prize. He could leave the rest to Anna and Kite. Shifeng already knew what he was looking for, the advanced auction house design. In this treasury, the advanced auction house design was only second to the disintegration axe. It was a reward for the first player to infiltrate the treasury. It was only available once. It wasn't long before Shifeng found the advanced auction house design and accepted its challenge. After all, he did not know what kind of enemy to expect when he selected the disintegration axe. On the off chance that he was no match for the challenge monster, he would also lose his chance to obtain the advanced auction house design as well. Suddenly, a 9-meter-tall, level 59 mechanical giant appeared in the middle of the shrine. Similar to Anna's rock guardians, which were made entirely of stone, the mechanical giant was a mechanical life form. Guardian warrior, elemental creature, Grand Lord. Level 59. HP 80,000,000/80,000,000. Shifeng instantly had Anna summon a level 75 golden giant to tank the guardian warrior, while Kite and Anna attacked from the sides. While Shifeng attacked the guardian warrior, he also paid attention to the golden giant's HP, healing it with life bloom whenever its HP fell to a critical low. Although the level 75, Great Lord ranked Golden Giant didn't have an overwhelming advantage against the level 59, Grand Lord ranked Guardian Warrior, it had no problems facing the Guardian Warrior on equal footing. In less than 15 minutes, the Guardian Warrior collapsed at Shifeng's feet, allowing Shifeng to obtain the advanced auction house design. With this trip hasn't been in vain. Shifeng smiled at the advanced auction house design. Due to the advanced auction house, Ouroboros had been the envy of many superpowers in the past. The income of the advanced auction house alone had been a considerable portion of Ouroboros' total income. Moreover, this was only the result of constructing the advanced auction house in one of the guild's towns. If the advanced auction house occupied a superpower's main city, it could generate several times more wealth. After obtaining the advanced auction house design, Shifeng had Kite and Anna retreat. He would decide whether or not to involve his personal guards in the fight after he saw the challenge monster. He then waited another 3 hours for the Bible of Darkness's demon summoning skill to finish its cooldown, only accepting the disintegration axe's challenge after summoning a level 64, tier 3 demon. As soon as Shifeng chose to take the challenge, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered the disintegration axe. Do you wish to collect the weapon? Confused, Shifeng chose to collect the weapon. Suddenly, an extra item appeared in his bag. It was none other than the disintegration axe, which had previously been inside the magic crystal pillar. I got it, just like that. After seeing the disintegration axe in his bag, he glanced around him, searching for monsters. He then heard another system notification. System, you have selected 2 items from the treasury. You will be teleported to the nearest NPC city in 3 seconds. Before Shifeng could even inspect the disintegration axe's attributes, his body transformed into a streak of light as he vanished from the treasury. Chapter 1371, Kingdom Changes. Purplethorn's Kingdom, Rock Sand City. Before Shifeng could react, the system had teleported him here. Why did it teleport me to this city? Shifeng was little confused as he looked at his current location the system displayed. In the past, he had always been transported to Star Moon Kingdom's Dark Lake Town after leaving the Orc Palace's treasury, yet he had been sent to the Purple Thorns Kingdom this time. The teleportation hall bustled with activity. Shifeng could even hear many independent teams recruiting members in the hall. Recruiting a team to grind orc bosses in Lakefront Town for honor points. Level 40 plus experts only. We already have a healer. Recruiting for an escort quest, delivering resources to the front line. Need 2 more players. Level 38 and above. Must have in level 35 secret silver equipment or above. We already have MTs and healers. Practically every independent team wanted elite players or better. Shifeng found such a scene hard to imagine in a border city like Rock Sand City. However, how fast these independent teams filled their slots was even more shocking. What is up with this city? After glancing at the players in the teleportation hall, he discovered that practically every player was at the elite standard or above. There were even quite a few level 40 plus independent experts. The activity in this city's teleportation hall could even rival White River cities. Although Rock Sand City was a major NPC city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, it was close to the kingdom's border. The region didn't have particularly abundant resources either. Hence, finding so many players developing in Rock Sand City was unusual. Expert players should be an even rarer sight. Yet, not only was Rock Sand City's player population surprisingly high, but the quality of its players was also stunning. Before Shifeng could get a grasp of the situation, one of the larger-sized teleportation magic arrays lit up. A team of level 40 plus players then emerged. Every one of these players wore a guild emblem belonging to none other than the first-rate guild, Star Alliance. Upon arriving, the Star Alliance members quickly left the teleportation hall. They summoned their mounts and made their way towards Rock Sand City's main entrance. By the looks of it, they seemed to be in a rush. Shortly after the Star Alliance's team arrived, teams from other large guilds began to teleport in. Like the Star Alliance's teams, these teams also hurried towards the city's entrance. After watching this, Shifeng connected to the official forums to get a better idea of what was happening. The fact that so many large guilds had dispatched their expert and elite teams suggested that something big was going down. So, this is the case. Realization quickly dawned on Shifeng after he read through the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums. Due to the Empire's Rise expansion pack, orcs had begun to occupy areas near the morning battlefield. Although they had yet to occupy a large area, they were expanding. Meanwhile, the morning battlefield was now beyond recognition. The orcs had already claimed several neutral maps nearby. Thus far, 4 kingdoms had been affected by the morning battlefield's expansion. Orcs all over God's domain were becoming more active. Some had even captured NPC towns. To deal with these orcs, the continent's various countries had issued high-ranking quests. Although these quests were quite difficult, the remuneration was considerably abundant. Because of this, the areas these orcs had claimed became excellent locations to grind money and items. This was also a good opportunity for the game's various guilds to increase their popularity. These guilds had begun to receive team quests in their respective residences, each quest requiring them to hunt orcs. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The best part about this expansion pack was that players who reclaimed captured towns would obtain a town building order and town reputation order. These 2 rewards were precisely the reason that the large guilds were going crazy. The town building order allowed a guild to construct a town wherever they desired. Of course, the town could only be built in the country they had obtained the building order from. However, this wasn't a problem for the various large guilds, particularly for the first-rate guilds and above. Large guilds generally developed in multiple kingdoms and empires simultaneously, and they generally had a considerable amount of power in each location. So, supporting the development of one guild town wouldn't be a problem. The town reputation order had an even greater purpose. It could increase a town's popularity, which would hasten a town's promotion speed. The further a guild town developed, the more popularity it required to reach its next promotion. This was the main limit to guild town promotions. Meanwhile, the town reputation order could help solve this problem. Why wouldn't the various guilds go mad over this? Hence, many guilds had organized crusades against the orcs. Some had even organized armies of hundreds of thousands to raid captured towns. Unfortunately, the orcs defending these captured towns were extraordinarily powerful. These orcs were generally level 60 and above, making the towns very difficult to reclaim. Moreover, the more players that were dispatched to reclaim a town, the more monsters a town would contain. After watching others' failed attempts, the various large guilds had grown docile. Now, they only dispatched 100-man expert teams to complete the issued guild team quests instead of trying to reclaim towns. After reading through the discussions of players on the forums, Shifeng was greatly shocked. He had to admit that this expansion had a massive impact on God's domain's various major powers. If dealt with properly, it would not even be surprising to see a guild instantly rise to become a country's overlord. It was no wonder why the system update had taken so long to complete. As Shifeng considered investigating these Orc Town incidents, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. "Guild leader, how is your quest coming along?" Melancholic Smile asked, slightly anxious. "I've just finished it. I just have to turn it in," Shifeng said, chuckling. "Why? Has something happened?" "Nothing has changed. Only, the evil demons around Stone Forest Town and White River City are becoming increasingly active. Moreover, Great Lord-ranked evil demons have begun to appear. The evil demons are growing so bold that they have even begun to ambush the teams we've dispatched to patrol the trade routes. We've already incurred significant losses. Meanwhile, the player traffic visiting Stone Forest Town has decreased by more than half. At this rate, Red Iron Town's player population will surpass Stone Forest Town's very quickly," Melancholic Smile reported helplessly. "Beast Emperor really is bold." Hearing that Great Lord-ranked evil demons had begun to show up, Shifeng could not help but chuckle as he said, "Isn't he afraid that his great lords won't make it back home?" Even Abandoned Wave had only employed a few Great Lord-ranked evil demons due to the difficulty of nurturing them. Yet, Beast Emperor had dispatched a large number of Great Lords to attack players. Although we thought about killing those Great Lords as well, sending the guild's main force to lead a 1,000-man team to hunt them down, they've evaded us constantly as if the evil demon knew about our team's locations. As a result, our members have just wasted a lot of their time," Melancholic Smile said, shaking her head. "In that case, have everyone return to Stone Forest Town. Split up the guild's assassins to monitor the trade routes. Notify me the moment they spot a Great Lord-ranked evil demon," Shifeng said, smiling. "Order a retreat?" Melancholic Smile was stunned. "Guild leader, if we do that, those evil demons will become even more daring. If they allowed those evil demons to slaughter the players visiting Stone Forest Town, even fewer players would make the trip." "It'll be fine," Shifeng said, chuckling. "However, tell our assassins to be careful. They mustn't be discovered." "Understood." Melancholic Smile could only nod helplessly. She didn't understand the benefit of such a thing. She then started to recall the teams patrolling the various trade routes. As for Shifeng, he retrieved a return scroll from his bag and teleported to White River City. First, he needed to turn in his commission quest. Chapter 1372, SSS-rank Commissions Rewards. Star Moon Kingdom, Frozen Scar. Below a snow-laden mountain, the legion of experts under Singular Burial's command cleared out frost giants that surged down the mountain. Although these frost giants were not particularly strong, only level 47 special elites, their environment worked in their favor. Not only did the snowy environment drastically reduce players' movement speed and reaction speed, but it also increased their stamina consumption by at least 6 times. However, frost giants weren't Heaven's Burial's only opponents. The team also had to face High Lord-ranked Violent Frost Bears and Great Lord-ranked Frost Pythons. The frost pythons, in particular, posed a threat to large player groups. Unlike the violent frost bears, which had powerful single-target attacks, the frost pythons had powerful AoE attacks. If players were not careful, a single breath attack could annihilate an entire team. However, while the frost pythons might be difficult foes for other teams, they weren't much of an issue for Singular Burial's Legion. As long as monsters were within a certain range, even the frost python's breath attacks could only do so much damage with the frozen heart. It protected players from the frozen state. In turn, it protected them from falling to the frost giant's mercy. The frozen heart would also slow players' stamina consumption to only 2 or 3 times the normal rate as the freezing temperatures gnawed at players' bodies. Although players would still be affected, at least they could last through a single battle. Good. Lure the pythons to the side and prioritize killing the frost giants and violent frost bears. Singular Burial commanded as he fired arrows at the frost pythons, luring them away from the other monsters. Commanded by several experts, Heaven's Burial's team quickly lured the frost pythons away, allowing the other team members to kill the incoming frost giants. Guild Leader, news just came in from Zero Wing. The guild has withdrawn its various elite teams from patrolling the trade routes. They've only kept their assassins on the roads to monitor the situation, Ghost Shadow reported. They've retreated? Singular Burial was stunned. He then smiled as he said, "It seems that I have overestimated Zero Wing." The war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was limited to a battle of attrition. However, Heaven's Burial had the evil demons to exhaust their opponent's manpower and resources. Moreover, the evil demons could affect Stone Forest Town's operation. Singular Burial had assumed that Zero Wing would hold on for quite some time or dispatch an army of tens of thousands to lock down the Stoneclaw Mountains. He had even prepared for an all-out field battle with the other guild. After all, a field battle was different from a siege battle. In a siege battle, Zero Wing had an advantage with the surrounding terrain and the assistance of NPC guards. But the guild wouldn't have these advantages in the field. With a large number of evil demons on their side, Heaven's Burial could deal a heavy blow, even if Zero Wing had a large fleet of miniature ballistas. Furthermore, Zero Wing had yet to recover from the previous war. He had never expected Zero Wing to give up so quickly. That's right. Zero Wing likely regrets starting a war with us without understanding the evil demon's capabilities. Not only are the chieftain-rank evil demons quite powerful, but they also possessed superior intellect and stealth capabilities. Even sending an assassin to track them would be useless. Furthermore, these evil demons are much faster than players. Even if Zero Wing's assassins discover them, the guild's members won't be able to catch up, Ghost Shadow said, nodding. This is a good opportunity. Take some people with you and notify Flame Blood in person. Tell him that Outplan's initial phase has come to fruition. You and Flame Blood will then execute the next phase, crippling Stone Forest Town's trade routes. Singular Burial instructed, smiling. Once Beast Emperor is ready, we'll be ready to raid the Frost King. I can't wait to see how Zero Wing intends to compete with us. I'll notify Flame Blood right away, Ghost Shadow said, excited. Beast Emperor's strength was more frightening than they had imagined. Even someone like Abandoned Wave couldn't compare to such an existence. Moreover, his strength wasn't reliant on evil beasts and evil demons. He had many more tricks up his sleeves. Meanwhile, in a second-floor VIP room in White River City's Adventurers Association, a tall, beautiful woman in white mage robes entered the room before Sherfone had even taken his seat. This female NPC was Renee, one of the Vice Association leaders of White River City's Adventurers Association. She was a level 180, Tier 3 illusionist. Lord Protector, I have heard that you've completed the Ancient Orc Empire Commission. May I confirm the validity of this statement? Renee asked. Certainly. Sherfone then retrieved the disintegration axe from his bag and placed it on the table before him. If not for the wooden table's magic array enhancement, the disintegration axe would have shattered it. This wasn't to say that the weapon was particularly heavy. Rather, the disintegration axe contained frightening, destructive power. Despite remaining idle, one would notice the space around the disintegration axe shows signs of collapsing. Moreover, this was only a result of the damaged disintegration axe. If the weapon were whole, there was no telling what it could achieve. If the disintegration axe were used in battle, one could just imagine how horrific of a scene it would create. This really is the disintegration axe the commission described. Renee could not help her surprise when she saw the weapon. Lord Protector, you really are impressive. It's been dozens of years since the commission was first issued in Star Moon Kingdom, but until now, no one has ever completed it. The association leader will be pleased to hear of your success. Now that I've confirmed the validity of the disintegration axe, Lord Protector, please follow me to turn in the commission. Renee led Shifeng out of the VIP room and up to the Adventurers Association's 3rd floor. She then led him to the association's treasure room. There were 4 level 180, tier 3 puppet guards stationed before the treasury. The room was also protected by a 5-fold magic array. The security was extremely tight, and even tier 5 players shouldn't consider attempting to break in. However, as Renee was a vice association leader, she had no issues leading Shifeng into the treasury. Lord Protector, please wait here for a moment. Renee left Shifeng at a counter inside the treasury. She then approached the rows of display cabinets to retrieve an item. Shifeng was a little confused. Normally, players turned their commission quests in at one of the first-floor counters or VIP rooms on the 2nd floor. This was the first time Shifeng had entered the Adventurers Association's treasury. From what Shifeng could see, he had to admit that the treasure room was a magnificent sight to behold. From the outside, the treasury appeared to be quite small, but it was bigger on the inside. The interior was roughly the size of 2 basketball courts with all sorts of items on display, some of which players could purchase from the association. Shifeng had even spotted the association's prized 7 Luminaries crystal. The crystal was as large as the VIP room's wooden table. God's Domain's various superpowers would be shocked to see such a large chunk of crystal. Even after 10 years, Shadow had never collected so many 7 Luminaries crystal. If he could get his hands on that crystal, he could instantly upgrade his mind space by several ranks. Lord Protector, I apologize for the wait. Renee walked towards Shifeng while carrying a wooden box carved with divine runes. Smiling, she said, in light of you being the first adventurer in Star Moon Kingdom to complete an SSS-rank commission, the Adventurers Association has decided to offer you a choice. You may turn the quest in and obtain the reward item that has been entrusted to us, or you may accept the reward the Adventurers Association has to offer. The original reward or the association's reward? Shifeng was slightly confused. This was the first time he had heard about the Adventurers Association offering a different reward. That's right. The disintegration axe itself is the original reward. The current disintegration axe is completely unusable as it would harm both the user and others. However, the person that issued the commission has a way to recast the axe. As for the Adventurers Association's reward, we'd like to offer this wooden box. Chapter 1373, Ring of Legends promoted. The disintegration axe or the wooden box? Shifeng's gaze traveled between the disintegration axe in his hand and the wooden box Renee held. Currently, he was both confused and elated. He was also slightly hesitant. He hadn't expected the commission's reward to be the disintegration axe itself. He had to admit that the reward for an SSS-rank commission was truly frightening. There was no doubting the disintegration axe's power. Although he couldn't see the weapon's information, based on the power he felt from holding it, he could tell that if the weapon were repaired and given to a berserker, said berserker would become a god of destruction. Meanwhile, the wooden box in Renee's hands had been decorated with ancient, divine runes. It even radiated a faint trace of divine might. It was obvious that the wooden box's origin was not ordinary. Otherwise, the Adventurers Association wouldn't offer it as a replacement reward. Lady Renee, may I know the contents of this wooden box? Shifeng asked. Of course, Renee answered, giggling. Although I cannot let you open the box, I can tell you that the item inside is called the Sacred Stone. It's not that I don't wish to show you the item, but the Sacred Stone is somewhat special. Once the wooden box has been opened, the Sacred Stone will vanish if it's not used within 3 hours. The Sacred Stone has a variety of uses. I would say that its greatest purpose is reinforcing a weapon or piece of equipment. However, as we only have one stone, the highest rank it can upgrade an item to is Fragmented Legendary rank. Moreover, the item's base materials must be of sufficiently high quality. Otherwise, the upgrade will fail. If you wish to reinforce the item further, you'll need to collect more sacred stones. Unfortunately, sacred stones were even difficult to come by in ancient times, much less now. You don't have to choose immediately. When you've made your decision, you may come to me to retrieve your reward. Hearing Renee's explanation, Shifeng stared at the wooden box in shock. He had never imagined that the Adventurers Association would be so generous as to offer such a treasure. Shifeng had heard about the sacred stone in the past. Indeed, as Renee had explained, it was an extremely valuable item. It was even rarer than your average fragmented legendary item. God's domain had extremely few fragmented legendary items. As a result, obtaining just one was excruciatingly difficult, not to mention finding an item that was suitable for oneself. Meanwhile, the sacred stone could upgrade a suitable item to fragmented legendary rank. It was common knowledge in God's domain that the more compatible one was with a weapon or piece of equipment, the more benefits one would gain from said item. Hence, rather than using a weapon or piece of equipment with powerful attributes, expert players preferred to use items that they were compatible with. This was also why after reaching the later stages of the game, many experts would turn down weapons and equipment from dungeons, searching for customized items instead. In the past, one sacred stone had been worth 2 fragmented legendary items. As Renee had said, he only had this opportunity because he was the first player in Star Moon Kingdom to complete an SSS-rank commission quest. Lady Renee, I've made my decision. I will choose the sacred stone, Shifeng said without hesitation. Although the disintegration axe was quite powerful, the weapon would be limited to fragmented legendary rank after its recasting. Repairing it fully would likely be even more challenging than repairing the Heavenly Dragon's breath. Who knew how long it would take to repair the weapon? Moreover, Rampant Blade, Shadow Sword, and Gentle Snow, Zero Wing's top 3 berserkers, didn't use war axes. They wouldn't be able to utilize the weapon to its fullest potential. Since that was the case, he might as well select the more valuable sacred stone. System, congratulations. You have completed the SSS-rank commission quest Ancient Orc Empire. Rewarding 1 sacred stone, Adventurers Association reputation plus 1000, Star Moon Kingdom reputation plus 1000, Humanity reputation plus 100, Legacy skill points plus 15, and free attribute points plus 60. When the sound of the system notification reached his ears, a golden glow wrapped around Shifeng's body as he leveled from level 54 to 79% of level 55. The quest awarded an abundant amount of EXP. If not for the nature of Shifeng's hidden class, he would have reached level 56 with the awarded EXP. The rewards are astounding. I actually got 15 legacy skill points. The quest's rewards astonished Shifeng. At his level, 60 free attribute points was nothing. At Tier 1, players would gain 8 free attribute points with each level up. At Tier 2, that number increased to 20. In other words, the 60 points were on par with 3 levels for a normal player. However, the legacy skill points were a different story. Players only gained 1 point for every 3 levels, yet he had just earned 15 points. Following which, Shifeng allocated his free attribute points to strength and agility, increasing each by a considerable amount. For Tier 1 players, this many attribute points was the equivalent to an additional piece of level 35 mysterious iron equipment. Shifeng had to admit that this was the frightening part about Tier 2 classes. Tier 1 classes simply couldn't compare. The sooner players completed their Tier 2 promotion, the more benefits they could gain. If they only completed their promotion quest after level 60, they would have 120 free attribute points less than players who completed their promotion at level 50. Unless they intentionally died and returned to level 50, recovering those points was impossible. Shifeng didn't take the time to learn a new Tier 2 legacy skill after he finished allocating his free attribute points. 15 points simply weren't enough to purchase a useful skill. He intended to save them, instead. He then fetched the sacred stone from his bag. Shifeng already knew how he would use the sacred stone. He would upgrade the 7 Luminaries ring. The 7 Luminaries ring was, by far, the best epic item he had ever seen. Not even the sacred sword killing ray could compare. Unfortunately, the 7 Luminaries ring was a replica. It couldn't be repaired as he had with the heavenly dragon's breath. The sacred stone was his only hope of upgrading the item. The 7 Luminaries ring was a perfect choice. The 7 Luminaries ring replica's creator had attempted to craft a fragmented legendary ring, so one could imagine the quality of the materials used in its production. Unfortunately, the ring had been epic rank. In fact, he should be able to upgrade the ring to legendary rank with enough sacred stones. However, Shifeng only played with the thought of upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to legendary rank. Quite a few god rank players had attempted to upgrade their weapons and equipment to legendary rank with sacred stones, but even after 10 years, not one of these players had succeeded. The reason for their failure was simple. Upgrading an item to legendary rank required far too many sacred stones. Even god-ranked experts with super guild support hadn't been able to gather enough. As for exactly how many sacred stones were required, no one knew. However, there was a rumor that one god-ranked expert had failed to upgrade their item to legendary rank even after investing over a dozen sacred stones. Let's see how much potential you have. Shifeng then opened the wooden box and picked up the white, palm-sized sacred stone. He then chose to use it on the 7 Luminaries ring. Suddenly, the sacred stone radiated an incomparably intense power. Golden energy streamed from the stone, flowing into the 7 Luminaries ring in Shifeng's other palm. A moment later, the sacred stone turned to dust while the 7 Luminaries ring underwent an earth-shattering transformation. 7 different streams of light flowed out of the ring, giving it a mesmerizing look. Moreover, the ring now emitted a faint trace of pressure. It was hard to imagine that this item was only a ring, not a weapon. So strong. When Shifeng called up and read the 7 Luminaries ring's attribute panel, he could not help but gasp. Chapter 1374, Humanoid Great Lord. Staring at the 7 Luminaries ring's attributes, even Shifeng could not believe that it was merely a fragmented legendary item. The ring had already been the most powerful epic ranked ring he had ever seen. Now that he had upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, not only had its physical appearance undergone a massive transformation, but its attributes had as well. 7 Luminaries ring, replica, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 1200, agility 1000. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 130, agility plus 115, intelligence plus 102, endurance plus 105, vitality plus 106, current level, 55. When equipped. Increase strength by 40%, agility by 40%, intelligence by 40%, endurance by 30%, and vitality by 30%. All negative environmental effects weakened by 50%. Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill dash. 7 Luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 20 seconds when changing between auras. Aura of Earth. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Defense increased by 100%. Damage taken reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute domain. Become immune to all damage for 10 seconds. All allies within a 50-yard radius become immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Water. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Healing effects increased by 100%. Cast consumption reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Life Domain, heals all allies within a 50-yard radius for 10% of their HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Wind. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Movement speed increased by 80%. Attack speed increased by 60%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Gale Domain, enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 300% and reduces the movement speed of all enemies within a 100-yard radius by 50% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Fire. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Damage increased by 50%. Target's defense reduced by 80%. Activatable skill dash. Flame Domain, inflicts 1,500% damage within a 60-yard radius for 7 seconds. Damage upscales by 20% every second. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 50%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 40%, and cooldown of skills increased by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Forbidden Domain, prevents enemies within a 500-yard radius from using any skills or tools for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Illusion. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. All attributes increased by 40%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy Domain, immunity to all magic damage and 20% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds. For 180 seconds, all negative effects within a 100-yard radius will be removed. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill 1 dash. Space Movement, instantly move to any location within a radius of 600,000 yards. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Activatable skill 2 dash. Spatial Gate, opens a spatial gate that allows players to go through it. Spatial Gate can be connected to any location within a 300,000-yard radius. Spatial Gate will stay open for 1 minute. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Although the 7 Luminaries ring's basic attributes were subpar for a fragmented legendary item, even inferior to the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, all players dreamed of using its activatable skills. The skills were useful in nearly all aspects of battle. Most importantly, these skills wouldn't only benefit the user as they also benefited one's allies. The Aura of Space's new skill, Spatial Gate, was particularly useful as it could allow the ring's user to take a player team with them wherever they wished. With this skill, traveling to dangerous maps to farm bosses would become much easier. After all, 300,000 yards was the equivalent of an average leveling map. Spatial Gate? Shifeng's lips curled into a smile as he read this new skill. I had thought that claiming the Manatite vein was going to be troublesome. It seems I've just saved myself a lot of time. The Sea of Death's Manatite vein was not that easy to obtain. He had planned to secure a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, but it seemed that he no longer needed to. When Shifeng re-equipped the 7 Luminaries ring, it felt as if the power of an ancient beast welled within him. Moreover, his mind became much clearer and more active than before. Is this the ring's hidden effect? Shifeng was surprised to notice the surrounding mana converge towards him. Although the affected area wasn't large, only 2 yards around his body, the mana density was roughly 30% higher than normal. Despite such a low percentage, it shouldn't be taken for granted. In a high mana density environment, the results would be staggering. Following which, Shifeng's fist shot out in a mock punch. Pung! He heard an explosion as his fist created a gust of wind that extended up to 10 yards away. My strength and speed can match a great lord of the same level now. Shifeng balled his fist as he estimated his current strength. Previously, he had nearly had as much strength as a great lord of the same level. Now, he was certain that his strength was on par with a great lord's. Although there did not seem to be a huge difference between the two, the gap was massive. If his strength were only close to rivaling a great lord of the same level, he'd receive a lot of damage in a head-on confrontation. Without a healer's support, it was only a matter of time before the monster whittled him down, as monsters had far more HP than players. However, if he had truly reached the Great Lord's standard, his battle recovery could make up for the damage he took in a one-on-one fight. He could fight until he ran out of stamina. Meanwhile, as long as he dealt enough damage, he could solo a Great Lord without any special tricks. He could now fight foes of a higher tier. In the past, he had envied Apex experts and their frighteningly high attributes, yet now, he stood among them upon reaching tier 2. If the Apex experts in his past knew about this, their jaws would hit the ground. Now that I've completed my quest, it's about time to visit Charlene. Shifeng smiled, satisfied. Before he left the Adventurers Association, though, he hid the 7 Luminaries ring's hidden effect. Otherwise, he would attract a lot of attention even with a black cloak. As soon as Shifeng left the Adventurers Association, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild leader, the assassins I've dispatched have discovered a large group of evil demons. There are 3 times as many as those that assaulted our patrol teams. By the looks of it, their target seems to be an NPC merchant fleet, Melancholic Smile anxiously reported. When she had taken over Stone Forest Town's management, she had learned just how important the NPC merchant fleets were to the town. Without these NPC merchant fleets, Stone Forest Town would lose all sorts of special merchandise. If NPC merchants stopped visiting the town's popularity growth would slow to a crawl. To put it simply, the NPC merchant fleets were crucial to Stone Forest Town's promotion. However, these NPC merchant fleets normally hired both NPC and player guards, making them difficult to mug. They simply weren't opponents current players could go up against. However, with so many evil demons participating in the assault, these NPC merchant fleets could suffer defeat. They're targeting the NPCs already? Shifeng smiled faintly. Good. I can use this opportunity as a test. Guild leader, do you really intend to solo all of those evil demons? Melancholic Smile was stunned. The idea was simply too reckless. The opponent consisted of over 100 evil demons, including great lords. Even a 100-man expert team would risk extermination, much less a single player. Relax. Send me the coordinates. Also, tell the assassins to be a little more careful and avoid discovery at all costs. Those evil demons have very sharp senses, Shifeng said as he tried to soothe Melancholic Smile's panic. He then disconnected the call and retrieved a guild transfer scroll from his bag. He then transformed into a streak of light before vanishing. Chapter 1375, Display of Strength. Starmoon City region, in one of the forested valleys in the Stoneclaw Mountains. A fleet of carriages rolled along the gravel road as it passed through the valley. From the top of a mountain, one could easily spot over 50 carriages. Among them, the most inferior carriage was an advanced transport carriage pulled by 2 horses. Meanwhile, the carriages carried all sorts of large crates containing rare merchandise to be sold in Stone Forest Town. Due to Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association, the town had attracted far more wandering merchants. Moreover, Simo Town was no longer the only town connected to Stone Forest Town. A total of 3 towns now had roads leading to the guild town. However, the 2 new trade routes weren't as lively as the road linked to Simo Town since the other 2 towns were further away. Regardless, due to the increase of wandering merchants traveling to Stone Forest Town, the 3 NPC towns began to receive more high-rank escort quests. Although escort quests did not award a lot of EXP, they did offer plenty of coins. To independent players, these quests offered a considerable income. Moreover, players who just so happened to plan on heading to Stone Forest Town could rake in some additional income while they were at it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, such a profitable opportunity was not available to everyone as escort quests had a minimum strength requirement. Moreover, the larger a merchant fleet was, the higher the requirements were. As for how these NPC merchants determined if a player were strong enough, said player would be required to spar with the fleet's NPC guards. The main god system would automatically lower the guard strength to the standard of elite players at this stage of the game. If the player defeated the NPC guards, they could accept the escort quest. If a player wanted to become the merchant fleet's vice leader, receiving greater pay, they needed to defeat an NPC guard adjusted to the standard of current expert players. In the Stormclaw Mountains Valley, over 100 players accompanied this merchant fleet. Even without the NPC guard's aid, the escort players easily defeated any monsters the fleet came across. Even monster groups led by a level 45 Great Lord were no match for these players. "Commander, are we really going to buy a private house in Stone Forest Town this time?" a grey-robed woman with long, crimson hair asked the man with disheveled hair seated next to her in one of the transport carriages. This charming woman's question quickly attracted the attention of the other players in the carriage. These players weren't only focused on the woman because of her beauty. Rather, it was because this woman was a level 43 summoner. She was also the vice commander of Firecloud Fox, a well-known adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire, and one of the Empire's top 100 summoners. Graceful Moon. Many of the Black Dragon Empire's large guilds wanted to recruit Graceful Moon. Unfortunately, none of them had ever succeeded. As for the disheveled, cool-looking man, his identity was even more astounding. His name was Remnant Cloud, the Firecloud Fox's commander. Similarly, he was one of the top 100 shield warriors within the Empire. It was due to such a powerful MT that Firecloud Fox had grown into a large-scale adventurer team with over 500 members and a reputation known throughout the Black Dragon Empire. "I plan to look around first. If Stone Forest Town is as impressive as the rumors make it out to be, buying a house wouldn't be a bad idea," Remnant Cloud said, chuckling. Stone Forest Town was considerably famous in the Black Dragon Empire. One of the main reasons for its popularity was the battle arena. Recently, quite a few experts had earned themselves a spot among the top 100 on the Black Dragon Empire's various class ranking lists. After some research, many other players discovered that these newcomers shared one similarity: they all trained in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Moreover, these players' ranks in the Empire continued to rise. Because of this, Stone Forest Town's battle arena had become quite popular in the Black Dragon Empire. To improve his team members' strength, Remnant Cloud had decided to make the trip and investigate the town himself. "Commander, it's fine if you just want to look around, but if you decide to purchase a private house, I suggest otherwise. I've heard that a war has recently broken out between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the latter seems to have the advantage. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town has more potential. Not only are there plenty of high-level and high-resource maps nearby, but players will also be able to use Evernight City as a transfer point between the guild's other towns in the future. Investing in Red Iron Town will be more convenient than investing in Stone Forest Town. As for the battle arena, currently, other guilds have already begun to construct battle arenas in their own towns. It is only a matter of time before they catch up with Stone Forest Town's battle arena." Graceful Moon did not view Stone Forest Town's future in a particularly positive light. In her opinion, the town only had a few minor advantages at the moment. However, as time passed, the various large guilds' towns in the Black Dragon Empire would undoubtedly catch up. After all, the Black Dragon Empire was far more prosperous than Star Moon Kingdom. Even if their adventurer team wanted to purchase a private house in Star Moon Kingdom, considering their long-term development, purchasing a house in Red Iron Town was the wiser choice. I guess you're right. But since we're already here, let's go take a look. After giving the matter some thought, Remnant Cloud saw the reasoning in Graceful Moon's words. Various guild towns were already prioritizing their battle arenas. As for the mana density, these guilds were doing their best to find solutions. They would deal with the problem sooner or later. While Graceful Moon and Remnant Cloud conversed, they heard a commotion in the forest on both sides of the gravel road. Suddenly, easily over 1,000 pitch-black figures darted out of the dense woods. Not only did these figures block the merchant fleet's path, but they had also surrounded the carriages. Upon seeing these monsters, the escorting players prepared for battle. These monsters were nothing like the wild monsters they had faced on the road thus far. Every one of these monsters radiated a frightening aura, their eyes containing human-like wisdom. Moreover, their levels were shockingly high. These monsters were all level 70, roughly 25 levels higher than the monsters the merchant fleet had previously encountered. How is this possible? Didn't they say that these evil demons only assaulted passing players? Why are they targeting the merchant fleets? Some escort players from Star Moon Kingdom recognized the evil demons immediately. After all, they had seen these evil demons siege Stone Forest Town. These monsters' attacks on Stone Forest Town's players was nothing new, either. What surprised these players was that these evil demons actually dared to assault an NPC fleet. Aside from the escort players, a large number of NPC guards protected the merchant fleet. Each one of these guards was level 80, and among them were 3 Tier 3 guards, over 60 Tier 2 guards, and over 100 Tier 1 guards. They were not existences current players could easily defeat. Before these players could recover from their shock, the evil demons surged forward. Ha ha ha. Go. Destroy the merchandise. Ghost Shadow, hiding amongst the trees, laughed as he watched his legion surround the merchant fleet. To ensure the fleet's destruction, Heaven's Burial had dispatched the Ghost Shadow Legion's elites, and Beast Emperor had sent them an evil demon army to assist. 2 level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demons led the army. Given enough time, they could certainly eliminate the NPC merchant fleet. Although the evil demons' levels were lower than the NPCs, they had the numerical advantage. Moreover, they didn't need to kill the NPCs, their goal was simply to kill the players and destroy the cargo. Damn it! Why are there so many powerful monsters? Graceful Moon's eyebrows rose in surprise. Not only did the level 70 chieftain-ranked evil demons easily defeat her summoned creatures, but they also dodged her spirit bullets. If not for Remnant Cloud activating a berserk skill and life-saving skill to hold the evil demons back, the monsters would have long since closed in on her. The other players weren't as lucky. Despite the battle beginning only a brief moment ago, over a dozen players had already died. On this kind of battlefield, these players were utterly useless. They were slaughtered like ants. Moon, get out of here. I'll hold them back. Remnant Cloud barked. He could tell that only death awaited them should they stay. They couldn't win a battle of this level. But, although Graceful Moon wanted to argue, when she saw a High Lord overwhelm her commander, she took out an instantaneous movement scroll and activated it. A futile struggle. Ghost Shadow growled disdainfully when he noticed several players removing instantaneous movement scrolls from their bags. Before they had taken action, he had used a tool Beast Emperor had given him to seal the area, making it impossible for players to escape via return scrolls or instantaneous movement scrolls. Why did it fail? Graceful Moon's expression darkened when she realized that she was still on the battlefield even after the instantaneous movement scroll had disintegrated. As for Remnant Cloud, despite barely holding on thanks to a healer's help, it would only be a matter of minutes before he died as more evil demons descended on their prey. When Remnant Cloud had less than 20% HP remaining, a Great Lord-ranked evil demon circled the man, swinging its claws at the shield warrior. Remnant Cloud was already doing everything he could to block the evil demon's attacks from the front. He did not have any spare power to protect his back. Commander. Graceful Moon gasped. Am I going to die, just like this? Remnant Cloud understood that there was no escaping death when he noticed the Great Lord behind him. Suddenly, a spatial tear appeared between Remnant Cloud and the evil demon, and a figure leaped onto the battlefield. However, despite the spatial tear's abrupt appearance, the evil demon's attack did not falter in the least. "Be careful!" Remnant Cloud shouted. He could faintly tell that the figure behind him was a player. Unfortunately, only 3 yards separated this figure and the evil demon. Not even an expert could react in time to block such an unexpected attack from a great lord with so little distance between them. However, when the evil demon's claws were less than 1 yard away from the newcomer, a blue glow blossomed on the evil demon's body. Like a cannonball, the great lord-ranked evil demon shot backward, crossing a dozen yards before crashing into a large tree. A second after the impact, the towering tree fell to the ground. As for the figure that emerged from the spatial tear, he remained where he had stood, his calm composure making it seem as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1376, The 7 Luminaries Rings Power. When the Great Lord-ranked evil demon's body hit the ground, the battlefield fell silent. How is that possible? Graceful Moon wore an incredulous look as she stared at the evil demon sprawled in the dirt. Turning her gaze toward Shifeng, she muttered, "Just what did he do?" Without using any special tricks or magic arrays, contending with a level 70 Great Lord was impossible for current players. Even if Remnant Cloud, Firecloud Fox's commander, activated his Berserk skill and life-saving skill, he'd be lucky to survive even a moment against such an advisory, much less throw such a monster over a dozen yards. Graceful Moon wasn't the only one shocked. Every player that had witnessed the scene was stupefied. That can't be a player, right? What is going on? No, that's not right. There's a green marker above his head. He must be a player. Who is that? Everyone's gaze fixed on Shifeng. For a moment, they tried to guess the man's identity, both curious and surprised. "Fellow friend, hurry and leave this place. There are too many monsters here," Remnant Cloud advised as he turned to Shifeng, who stood behind him. Although he hadn't seen how the even demon had been thrown, not one of the experts he was familiar with were capable of sending a level 70 Great Lord flying. With such strength, Shifeng could definitely shatter the evil demon's encirclement. "You want to leave?" Ghost Shadow, still hiding in the forest, sneered as he asked, "Do you think you can?" Although Shifeng's counterattack had surprised him, that was all. Since Shifeng had already joined the battle, he shouldn't cling to any hope of leaving alive. After all, Shifeng had only used some special method to knock back the Great Lord. The swordsman was not truly capable of defeating one. Moreover, more than 10 Great Lords participated in this operation. If one was not enough, he simply needed to send 2 more at the newcomer. As Remnant Cloud was about to warn Shifeng of this, one of the nearby Great Lords and 5 Lord-ranked evil demons dashed towards the swordsman, dark fog wrapping around their claws as they swiped at Shifeng. To make matters worse, the evil demon's coordination was only slightly inferior to expert players. Seeing this, Remnant Cloud frowned. Even as a shield warrior, he could only stand against 3 evil demons at once. No swordsman could block 6 evil demons simultaneously without activating a life-saving skill. However, just as the 6 evil demons were about to land their attacks, a galaxy of stars appeared around Shifeng, radiating a brilliant blue glow. Compared to Shifeng's previous executions, his current sword's orbit was more complete and beautiful. Pung! 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 When the blue glow illuminated the area, the 6 evil demons were instantly sent flying by over 20 yards. They hadn't even managed to reach the edge of Shifeng's cloak, much less deal any damage. Meanwhile, each of the 6 evil demons had instantly lost over 20,000 HP, with some losing nearly 50,000 HP due to a critical hit. As evil demons had much less HP than ordinary monsters, their HP bars had decreased significantly. This, Remnant Cloud was dumbfounded. Shifeng's previous feat of throwing a Great Lord could have been brushed off as a powerful skill. Now, however, Shifeng had launched 6 evil demons with a single move. Even an experienced expert like Remnant Cloud could not help his surprise. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who remained in his original position, glanced down at the Abyssal Blade, astonished. After upgrading the Abyssal Blade, the magic weapon had gained the passive skill Abyssal Will, which improved his physique depending on the surrounding mana density. Due to the 7 Luminaries ring, the mana density around him had increased considerably, which, in turn, improved his physique further. If not for the combination of these factors, he would not have executed such a perfect sword's orbit. I wonder how this move will fare. Shifeng suddenly vanished. Void steps. He disappeared. Where did he go? Did he leave? That's not right. He was using 2 one-handed swords. He should either be a berserker or a swordsman. How could he possibly be an assassin? Was he a ghost? Before everyone could recover from their shock, Shifeng's sudden disappearance surprised them once more. Impossible. I've already sealed the area. Players can only enter, not leave. Ghost Shadow's eyes widened in surprise. Quickly, he turned to look around the battlefield, trying to locate the swordsman. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the player. As players began to wonder if they had hallucinated, a figure appeared behind the 3 evil demons that Remnant Cloud faced. Fresh blood fountained from the 3 evil demons' bodies as they curled like shrimp and flew over 20 yards away. So fast. By the time Remnant Cloud realized what had happened, the 3 evil demons before him had disappeared. When he tried to get a good look at his savior, he realized that the figure before him was only an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng reappeared over a dozen yards away. Once again, 4 evil demons were struck and sent flying. In such a way, Shifeng's figure vanished and reappeared all over the battlefield. Each time he appeared, his attack sent several evil demons through the air. He seemed like a deadly ghost on the battlefield. Commander, just who is that? Graceful Moon could not help but ask as she watched Shifeng's afterimages flood the road. She had encountered and fought many experts in the Black Dragon Empire. She had even sparred with the Empire's top 10 experts. Although she hadn't been a match for those players, she could estimate how much of a difference separated them. However, as she watched Shifeng, she couldn't fathom how vast the gap was between this man and herself. She felt as if she were staring into a bottomless abyss. I don't know, either. Remnant Cloud smiled bitterly. Once Shifeng had thrown over 300 evil demons, he stopped 50 yards away from the battlefield. He seemed like he had just casually strolled through the area, coming and going with ease. My physique should have improved by nearly 10%. Shifeng rejoiced as he glanced at his abyssal blade. Although the burden of using void steps so many times consecutively was great, it wasn't intolerable due to his high attributes and physique. Moreover, executing void steps was now easier than ever before thanks to the high mana density encasing his body. His current location's average density was the only limiting factor. If he fought in a high mana density environment, the effects would be unimaginable. After a short pause, the 300+ evil demons that he sent flying charged at him like maniacs. The weakest among these evil demons was a chieftain, and the charge included 8 great lords. He's insane. He aggroed so many evil demons. Remnant Cloud's eyes twitched as he watched the evil demons stampede toward Shifeng. He could not fathom what Shifeng intended to accomplish by luring so many monsters. When the evil demons were within 30 yards, Shifeng smiled faintly as he thrust the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal Curse. A pitch-black light pillar emerged from within the evil demon group, extending into the sky. The pillar then expanded to a radius of 30 yards, preventing all evil demons within range from moving. Even the Great Lord-ranked evil demons felt as if they had just stepped in mud. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Moreover, their attributes were rapidly reducing. Following which, a frightening amount of mana gathered around one of Shifeng's hands, a crimson magic array forming above his palm. He then directed the magic array at the army before him. Flame Domain. A twofold, crimson magic array formed in the center of the evil demon army, crimson shockwaves radiating from the center. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, a towering pillar of fire rose up from the ground, forming a mountain of flame as it enveloped every evil demon that had charged at the swordsman. The scorching fire ripped pained screams from the evil demons' throats as their HP plummeted. Initially, the evil demons had lost around 350,000 HP. In the next second, they lost over 400,000 HP. Then, they lost another 500,000 HP. By the time the flames scattered, the Lord-ranked evil demons had less than half their HPs remaining. The chieftains had been utterly annihilated. The fire's horrific damage had stupefied the witnesses. However, before these players could recover their senses, Shifeng followed up Flame Domain with Lightning Blade, dealing another a heavy blow. Following which, he took out 2 Tier 3, large-scale destruction magic scrolls and used them consecutively against the remaining evil demons. In the end, all 300+ evil demons turned to dust. Suddenly, a golden glow flashed on Shifeng's body as he rose from level 55 to level 56. Chapter 1377, He is Black Flame. Amazing. Just who is this guy? The players still fighting the evil demon army gaped when they saw Shifeng turn over 300 evil demons to dust in just a few moments. A single chieftain-ranked evil demon could easily kill any one of them. If not for the level 80 NPC guards, they would have long since been annihilated. Yet, the mysterious, cloaked swordsman before them had slaughtered these evil demons as if he were grinding common monsters. It was an extravagant grinding method. Evil demons weren't like ordinary monsters. They did not drop any loot, only offering slightly higher EXP. Setting aside the fire spell Shifeng had used, the 2 Tier 3, large-scale destruction magic scrolls could easily sell for over 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, a player could purchase a valuable plot of land in an NPC city. Moreover, even with enough money, Tier 3 magic scrolls weren't easy to purchase, much less large-scale destruction magic scrolls. In reality, however, Shifeng hadn't wasted the 2 scrolls. Chieftain-rank evil demons had a considerably high chance of dropping evil energy crystals. In Shifeng's previous life, a single crystal had sold for 10 gold on the market. Among the evil demons that he had killed, over 100 had dropped evil energy crystals. Not only had he earned back the money for the scrolls, but he had also made a profit. Damn it! Where did this person come from? Ghost Shadow frowned, his expression grim as he stared at the distant Shifeng. Evil demons feared large-scale destruction spells almost more than anything. Unlike ordinary monsters, although evil demons had very high combat power, they didn't have a lot of HP. Even a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demon only had 35 million HP, not to mention the Great Lords and below. Commander, what should we do? We've lost nearly 1/3 of our evil demons. At this rate, it will be difficult to destroy the merchant fleet, a level 42 assassin, clad in blue, asked worriedly. Powerful magic barriers protected the NPC's carriages. Breaking a single barrier would take some time. In addition, the magic barriers buffed the nearby NPC guards. With these buffs, the 3 level 80, Tier 3 NPC guards were ridiculously powerful. They needed only a short time to kill Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Only the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were a threat. Yet, Shifeng had eliminated nearly 1/3 of their forces. This wasn't in the plans. He must be sick of living. He dares to treat Heaven's Burial's evil demons as EXP. Use our trump cards. Have the 2 Grand Lords prioritize that player. Lead 3 parties and assist the monsters from the side. Do not let him get away. Ghost Shadow growled, sneering. Understood, the blue-clad assassin immediately went into action. The Ghost Shadow Legion members, who had been hiding in the forest, snuck towards the Tier 3 NPC guards with bluish-purple scrolls. When they were less than 30 yards away from the Tier 3 NPCs, they revealed themselves and unfurled the scrolls. Suddenly, 3 purplish gold magic barriers, each manned by 36 players, appeared and trapped the 3 Tier 3 NPCs and a large number of Tier 2 NPCs, freeing the evil demons from their opponents. No matter how these NPC guards struggled against the barriers, the purplish gold walls didn't waver in the slightest. As for the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, which suddenly found themselves without an opponent, they promptly left behind afterimages as they darted for Shifeng. The sudden development inspired despair in the defending players. The evil demons alone were more than they could handle. Now, hundreds of assassin players had joined the battle. Even Remnant Cloud, someone who had experienced many fierce battles, could not help his bitter smile. The fact that several hundred players had emerged to attack them proved that someone was in command of these evil demons. There was a huge difference between monsters under a player's command and those that were not. After factoring in the several hundred assassin players, his people had no chance of surviving this fight. As for their savior, Shifeng, he needed to face off against 2 level 70 Grand Lords. Unfortunately, the swordsman would be lucky to keep his own life, let alone help them. The Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were incredibly fast. Upon reaching Shifeng, they swiped their fog-clad claws at the player. These Grand Lords were far superior to their Great Lord cousins in terms of both strength and speed. In addition, they executed rapid switch while coordinating with each other. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 150%, agility by 60%, defense by 300%, and HP by 500%. Instantly, his maximum HP shot past the 400,000 threshold. He then executed Sword's Orbit, creating a perfect defense around himself. Boom. 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 As blades and claws clashed, explosions rang out across the battlefield. With each collision, the ground beneath Shifeng and the Grand Lord's feet trembled. Even players 30 yards away from the fight could feel intense shockwaves. Both sides exchanged attacks so rapidly that it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up with them. All anyone could see was the ground sink as the impacts formed a crater. The residual power of Shifeng and the Grand Lord's attacks also left numerous furrows in the dirt around them. Seeing this, the nearby assassins, who had intended to ambush Shifeng, hesitated, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. For a moment, the scene stupefied every player on the battlefield. How was this even a battle between a player and monsters? This was practically a monster-on-monster fight. How was that possible? Ghost Shadow, who had lain in wait to ambush the swordsman, could not believe his eyes when he saw Shifeng holding his ground against the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Despite being just a player, Shifeng could fight 2 level 70 Grand Lords to a standstill. No one would ever believe this. In reality, Shifeng was rather proud. After upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring, he only needed to activate 1 Berserk skill to raise his strength to a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demons level. Factoring in his reaction speed and physique, he could contend with 2 Grand Lords with only Sword's Orbit. However, continuing the fight at this rate was not an option. Shifeng could feel his stamina and concentration depleting. Even though his battle recovery could mitigate the Grand Lord's damage, it did nothing to recover the lost stamina and concentration. Before Heavenly Dragon's power's duration ended, he'd run out of stamina and concentration. Following which, Shifeng activated Divine Steps and switched positions with one of his doppelgangers, temporarily distancing himself from the 2 evil demons. He then retrieved 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag and began to summon Anna and Kite. Although the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were relatively fragile compared to ordinary monsters of the same rank, each still had 35 million HP. With their incredible reaction speed, they could also dodge or block a large portion of his attacks. If this were a one-on-one fight, he might have a chance to kill the evil demon using only Heavenly Dragon's power. In a 2-on-1 situation, however, he had no hope of defeating the evil demons with a single Berserk skill. Shortly after, Anna, level 75, and Kite, level 74, appeared beside Shifeng. Anna and Kite's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Crap. Am I seeing things? That guy actually has a level 75 personal guard? When they saw Anna's level, the players gasped. The highest leveled personal guard they knew of was only level 69. They had never even heard of a personal guard reaching level 70, much less level 75. Moreover, both NPCs wore brilliant equipment. When Ghost Shadow saw Anna and Kite, a familiar sensation struck him. After going through his memories, these two NPCs seemed very similar to the two powerful personal guards that had appeared during Heaven's Burial's first assault against Stone Forest Town. Only the NPCs' weapons and equipment were different. Ghost Shadow's calm expression changed abruptly. "Commander, what happened?" the blue-clad assassin asked curiously. "Crap. He is Black Flame," Ghost Shadow exclaimed. Chapter 1378, Kill. Black Flame? When the other Ghost Shadow Legion members heard their leader's realization, they could not help but shift their gazes onto the distant Sherfong, their mouths falling wide open as a chill crawled down their backs. Black Flame's fame had long since spread throughout the kingdom. Many players even treated his battle records like classics. He was Star Moon Kingdom's undisputed #1 expert. However, Black Flame's tracks were always a mystery. Even Zero Wing's inner members did not know Black Flame's whereabouts. They had only heard of Black Flame's strength, that he was akin to a monster. They had thought the rumors were just exaggerations. However, it would seem that the real deal was even greater than the rumors had made him out to be. After all, Black Flame could actually hold his ground against two level 70, Great Lord-ranked evil demons by himself. This was simply too terrifying. "Commander, isn't this a good chance to kill Black Flame?" the blue-clad assassin asked with a smile. "We haven't received any reports of Stone Forest Town mobilizing forces. Black Flame must be acting on his own this time. Although Black Flame is monstrously strong, at the end of the day, he is only one person, and we still have many evil demons. We can use them to wear him down. His death will be far more meaningful than destroying an NPC merchant fleet." Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly glowed with excitement. They all agreed with the blue-clad assassin. If they were here without their demonic support, it would be impossible to deal with Black Flame, but the Ghost Shadow Legion was backed by the evil demon army. They even had two Grand Lords. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Black Flame. If they defeated Black Flame, the blow to Zero Wing's reputation would be far more severe than simply destroying an NPC merchant fleet. Indeed, this is a golden opportunity. Ghost Shadow nodded his agreement. "Notify everyone to gather at our location immediately. Order the Lord-ranked evil demons and above to keep an eye on Black Flame as well. Do not let him get away." Black Flame had already used his berserk skill. Once the duration ended, with the evil demon army attacking head-on and the Ghost Shadow Legion assisting from the sides, they would take the swordsman's life. Upon receiving Ghost Shadow's command, the Ghost Shadow Legion members assisting the evil demons in destroying the fleet left their positions and stealthily surrounded Sherfong. The 100-plus Lord-ranked evil demons remaining also shifted their focus towards the player. Remnant Cloud and the other defending players sighed with relief. What's going on? Are they giving up? As she watched the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins withdraw, Graceful Moon was confused. Had those assassins continued their assault, they would have been defeated. She watched as hundreds of Lord-ranked evil demons and above charged for Sherfong, shock and lamentation filling her heart. Given enough time, she was confident in becoming one of the top 10 summoners in the Black Dragon Empire, yet it was obvious that their attackers didn't view her or the other guard players as important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have switched targets so suddenly at such a crucial moment. She was a little frustrated at being looked down on. Moreover, was it really necessary to send so many players and lords against a single player? Good. All Great Lord-ranked evil demons, distract Black Flame's personal guards while the other evil demons focus on Black Flame. Everyone else, find an opportunity to land a killing blow. Ghost Shadow gave out the command to attack once his people were in place. Unlike the prior attack, the evil demons put more space between themselves. Even if Shifeng had more large-scale destruction spells, he couldn't put them to good use. Furthermore, he wouldn't have another opportunity to use a magic scroll with the two Grand Lords distracting him. Roar! With Ghost Shadow's command, over a dozen Great Lord-ranked evil demons charged at Anna and Kite, while the other evil demons dashed for Shifeng. The level 40+ assassin experts nearby stealthily approached their target as well. Black Flame, today will be your funeral. Ghost Shadow exclaimed as he watched the Grand Lords force Shifeng into a defensive position. Quite a few superpowers had attempted to kill Shifeng, but none had succeeded. Today, however, he would put an end to Zero Wings legend. Crap, everyone's coming for me. Shifeng, who had activated omniscient eyes to scout for ambushes, discovered countless evil demons and players around him. Moreover, these evil demons and players aimed for his life. Dealing with the two Grand Lords had only become easier after he had summoned Anna and Kite. If so many evil demons and players joined into the fight right now, he'd be in trouble. Seeing the evil demon army and player army inch closer, Shifeng switched the aura of fire to the aura of time. Forbidden Domain. A silvery gray space formed in a 500-yard radius around him. The skill prevented all enemies in range from using skills or tools for 30 seconds. It also decreased enemies' movement speed and attack speed by 40% within 200 yards of him. Due to this forbidden domain, the stealth assassins were promptly exposed. The dark fog that shrouded the evil demons' claws also disappeared. The Ghost Shadow Legion panicked and they realized they had lost their ability to use skills and tools. Assassins were powerful because of their skills' damage and control effects. If they couldn't use their skills, they were practically crippled. They wouldn't even be able to exhibit 30% of their true combat power. What are you afraid of? This silencing skill will only last a short moment. Charge! No matter what, he mustn't escape. Ghost Shadow shouted arrogantly. While not being able to use skills and tools was a disadvantage, they wouldn't get another opportunity like this to kill him again if they failed. Hearing Ghost Shadow's words, the panicked assassins calmed quickly as they tightened the encirclement around Shifeng. They might not be able to exhibit their full strength right now, but the same wasn't true for the evil demons. Even if the evil demons couldn't use their skills, it would only affect their combat power slightly. There were more than enough evil demons to whittle Shifeng down. They could leave the offense to the demons while they contained Shifeng. Escape? Shifeng formed a sinister smile as he surveyed his surroundings. That smile made the Ghost Shadow Legion members shudder involuntarily as they realized that something felt off. However, before they could react, Anna, who stood beside Shifeng, finished reciting her incantation. Immediately, a massive, golden magic array appeared in the sky, its imposing appearance visible to anyone within 500 yards. Following which, a golden armored Valkyrie descended from the array. The moment the level 75 Valkyrie appeared, a powerful aura washed over the battlefield like a tidal wave. The Ghost Shadow Legion felt an unprecedented pressure weigh them down. Crap! Everyone, retreat! When Ghost Shadow saw the Valkyrie, he instantly understood the meaning behind Shifeng's sinister smile. Shifeng hadn't used a silencing skill to escape. Rather, he had used the skill to prevent them from escaping. Even without Ghost Shadow's warning, the Ghost Shadow Legion members had already turned and fled. Unfortunately, the Valkyrie already held a spear of thunder. She then swept the spear towards her targets. Countless arcs of golden lightning streaked forward, dealing devastating damage to everything within 150 yards in a cone-shaped area. The Valkyrie used the Tier 4 skill, Roaring Thunder. She also dealt double damage against dark creatures. As a result, the fragile Lord-ranked evil demons died on the spot. Only the High Lords and above barely survived. As for the players within range, not even their bodies remained after the attack. Chapter 1379, Unstoppable. As the golden lightning dissipated, it revealed a large clearing on the road. Despite the Ghost Shadow Legion members having spread out, over 100 members had died instantly under the Valkyrie's merciless assault. As for Ghost Shadow, who hid a short distance away, he turned deathly pale upon seeing the devastation. Over 40 Lord-ranked evil demons had died. Even level 80, Tier 3 NPCs would require quite some time to kill one level 70 Lord, yet the Valkyrie had done so in one hit. Although the High Lords caught in the attack hadn't died, they weren't far from death's door. For Great Lords had also sustained severe injuries, each one with a little over a third of their HP remaining. This frightening damage and destructive power were simply unparalleled. Ghost Shadow had never witnessed such an attack. The Valkyrie's strength stupefied everyone. For a moment, many of the surviving Ghost Shadow Legion members stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Attempting to escape was meaningless. Even if they tried to run, the Valkyrie would likely kill them before they reached the Forbidden Domain's boundaries. Don't panic. Spread out. The Valkyrie won't last very long. Such a powerful skill has to have a long cooldown. Maintain your distance and buy as much time as possible. Ghost Shadow hurriedly commanded. While the Valkyrie's combat power had exceeded Ghost Shadow's expectations, he was no ordinary player. He had fought countless battles to reach his current standards. Naturally, powerful boss monsters were among his many foes. Not only could he calm himself quickly, but he could also devise a plan to deal with the Valkyrie. After all, this wasn't his first time against the summoned creature. When the Valkyrie had joined the first siege battle in Stone Forest Town, her pros and cons had been revealed. As long as they were far enough apart, she couldn't wipe them out during the short time she could remain on the battlefield. Hearing Ghost Shadow's orders, his assassins exploded into action. They maintained a certain distance from the Valkyrie and each other. They sure reacted quickly. The Ghost Shadow Legion's reaction time surprised Shifeng slightly. If the enemy players had simply scattered, running for their lives like a chaotic mob, they would have been easy to slaughter. However, by deliberately maintaining a fixed distance from the Valkyrie and attracting her attention, the summoned angel could only kill a small number of their forces. However, the development didn't worry Shifeng. Instead, he commanded Anna indifferently. The NPC then changed another incantation and summoned 10 Rock Guardians. The Rock Guardians formed a magic barrier around the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, trapping them within. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie vanished and reappeared before the 2 Grand Lords, sweeping her spear of thunder horizontally. Before the 2 evil demons could react, they were sent flying over 20 yards away, slamming into the magic barrier. Their HP bars lost another large chunk. Crap. He's aiming for the Grand Lords. Ghost Shadow's expression darkened as he watched the summons trap his 2 Grand Lords. Hurriedly, he shouted in the team chat, "Quick! Everyone, attack the magic barrier." Every Grand Lord-ranked evil demon was incredibly precious. Nurturing one was highly dependent on luck. Beast Emperor had only given Heaven's Burial 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons as trump cards to deal with Zero Wing. Each Grand Lord could easily annihilate a 100-man expert team on their own. If not for Singular Burial's demand that he destroy the NPC merchant fleet, he wouldn't have mobilized the 2 Grand Lords at all. It's too late. Shifeng smiled. He then activated Phantom Kill, 9 Dragon Slash, and Divine Providence. Shifeng, his doppelganger, and the Abyssal Blade Phantoms attacked the Grand Lords together. In front of the Valkyrie, the 2 Grand Lords were utterly powerless. Hence, Shifeng could attack to his heart's content. As the Valkyrie dealt double damage to dark creatures, each of her attacks caused over -1 million damage. When she used the Tier 4, single target skill, Judgment Spear, she could eliminate over 1/3 of the Grand Lord's HP. As for Shifeng, he possessed the sacred sword Killing Ray, which also dealt double damage to dark creatures. Factoring in Heavenly Dragon's power, each of his strikes easily dealt over -100,000 damage. After exhausting all 9 Shadow Blade attacks, he instantly devoured over 1 million HP from one of the evil demons. Although Shifeng's doppelganger only had 80% of his basic attributes, its damage shouldn't be underestimated either. Anna and Kite also bombarded the Grand Lords. In less than 6 seconds, one of the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons collapsed as its 35 million HP fell to 0. As it fell, it dropped several items and contributed an astronomical amount of EXP, pushing Shifeng very close to level 57. Quick! Destroy the barrier. Ghost Shadow's stomach churned with anxiety as he watched one of his Grand Lords die. However, despite both players and evil demons assaulting the magic barrier unhindered, the barrier remained intact. The Rock Guardians maintaining the barrier only lost a small amount of HP. It was clear that it would take some time to bring this barrier down. As a result, Ghost Shadow and the others watched helplessly as the other Grand Lord rapidly lost its HP. Of course, as time passed, the Valkyrie's summon duration dwindled. When the duration had only 1 second left, the Valkyrie began to fade. Meanwhile, the Grand Lord-ranked evil demon still had over 17 million HP remaining. Seeing this, Ghost Shadow breathed a sigh of relief. Without the Valkyrie suppression, Shifeng would have a difficult time dealing any significant damage to the evil demon. His 2 personal guards wouldn't change that. Shifeng would need a long time to kill the Grand Lord. His subordinates should break through the barrier before that happened. Die! Suddenly, Shifeng shouted as his 2 swords released a blinding light. A similar phenomenon occurred on his doppelganger's blades as well. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger then brandished their swords at the evil demon's back. Flame burst. Every strike dealt over -800,000 damage, with some doubling that due to a critical hit. By the time Shifeng and his doppelganger landed all 30 strikes, the evil demon's remaining 17 million plus HP had fallen to 0. Impossible. Ghost Shadow was stunned. Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one shocked. Shifeng's burst damage flabbergasted everyone on the Ghost Shadow Legion. He had wiped out over 17 million of a Grand Lord's HP in the blink of an eye. This kind of explosive power was simply unheard of for a player. Upon killing the second Grand Lord, Shifeng had also risen to level 57. Although both Grand Lords had dropped plenty of valuable loot, as Shifeng was still in the midst of a battle, he swept the items into his bag without sparing them a second look. "Commander, what should we do now?" the blue-clad assassin asked worriedly as he watched Shifeng inside the magic barrier. When he saw the man smile, he could not help but shudder. If Shifeng could instantly kill a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon with half of its HP, who could possibly stop him on this battlefield? Retreat. This place is no longer safe for us. Ghost Shadow sighed helplessly. Although the Valkyrie was no more, they had lost their only combatants capable of contending with Shifeng. If they stayed and fought, they'd be nothing more than EXP and loot. Based on the strength the swordsman had displayed here, it was clear that attempting to kill him was futile. Chapter 1380, Fame Spreading Throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Hearing Ghost Shadow's order to retreat, the Ghost Shadow Legion members breathed a sigh of relief. They had lost the courage to face Shifeng. Shifeng had stood against a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon in a direct confrontation. Killing them would be child's play. It hadn't been easy for them to reach their current level, and if they died here, recovering their lost progress would be even more difficult. With Ghost Shadow's command, the evil demons and Ghost Shadow Legion fled, not daring to linger in this land of death for a second longer. Don't even think of escaping so easily. Seeing his opponents run, Shifeng pointed the abyssal blade at the sky and activated Skywheel Sword. Suddenly, golden, divine swords descended, one after another. All assassins caught in the rain of divine swords died instantly. 3 great lords and over a dozen lords were also within range of the AoE, unable to leave the area. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's personal guards and doppelganger launched an assault on the great lord-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were not easy to produce, particularly the grand lords and above. Evil Gods Temple players treasured every one of these high-ranking evil demons dearly. Hence, Shi Feng had prioritized the strongest evil demons first. As for Shi Feng, he charged at the escaping players. While inside the forbidden domain, all enemies would receive a movement speed penalty. With his superior attributes, Shi Feng could effortlessly catch the felling players. Taking these assassins' lives, who couldn't use skills or tools, was like taking candy from a baby. Every time he swung his sword, a player died. Moreover, Shi Feng had already activated Omniscient Eyes, so he knew the situation within a 100-yard radius like the back of his hand. This made it much easier to track down the players that had escaped into the dense forest. Following which, Shi Feng transformed into a black shadow as he darted around the battlefield, players screaming in agony as he passed before they transformed into particles of white light and vanished. The fleeing players paled with fear when they saw the horrific scene, shuddering uncontrollably. Their opponent was nothing like a player, but a death god harvesting lives as he listened to his praise screams. Even the guard player's blood ran cold. Despite facing an evil demon army and hundreds of level 40+ assassins by himself, Shi Feng had actually forced his opponents to run for their lives after such a short battle. So strong. Who is that? So, this is a true expert player? Everyone stared in shock as they watched Shi Feng chase down the last Ghost Shadow Legion members. They felt as if they were looking at a whole new world. The Ghost Shadow Legion members were all level 40+ assassins and equipped with top-tier weapons and equipment. To ordinary players, they were definitely experts, yet hundreds of these experts did everything they could to flee from a single player. Black Flame. Don't get too full of yourself. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Ghost Shadow, who stood in the distance, could not help but shout at Shi Feng as he watched the swordsman slaughter his subordinates. The Ghost Shadow Legion members he had brought with him were the elite among elites. Nurturing each one of them had cost a lot of resources. Watching them fall, one after another, Ghost Shadow wanted nothing more than to charge in and kill Shi Feng himself. However, he knew that he wasn't a match for the swordsman right now. He could only use the Lord-ranked evil demons to buy as much time as possible for his people to get away. Full of myself? Shi Feng laughed. You're the ones who came to Stone Forest Town to rob our merchants. Do you really think that I'll let you leave alive? Shi Feng's words echoed throughout the forest, the cold, killing intent lacing his words causing the escaping Ghost Shadow Legion members to shiver. Shi Feng stopped holding back as he switched to the aura of wind and activated Gale Domain, increasing his movement speed as he decreased enemy movement speed within 100-yard radius by 50%. Suddenly, several players in the forest transformed into light particles and disappeared. The Lord-ranked evil demons couldn't even slow Shi Feng. Although the escort players were some distance away from the fight, both Shi Feng and Ghost Shadow had been quite loud. When they overheard the conversation, their jaws dropped. Practically everybody in Star Moon Kingdom had heard of Black Flame. But they had never imagined that he was so powerful. They had heard that Black Flame was only slightly stronger than first-rate guilds' top experts. However, he was clearly more than slightly stronger. What? That is Zero Wings Guild leader. I don't think it's a mistake. After all, he even admitted it. No wonder why he's so powerful. As expected of the Sword King, Black Flame. He sent hundreds of experts running for their lives by himself. He's too awesome. I have to join Zero Wing after this. Right, has anyone recorded the battle? I'll pay 10 silver for a copy. I recorded parts of it, but forget about the money. I'm going to upload it to the forums, so you can watch it later. What a pity. I should have snuck over and watched the fight between Black Flame and the 2 Grand Lords. For a moment, the players escorting the merchant fleet brimmed with excitement. They had never expected to witness Star Moon Kingdom's mythical character in action personally. Moreover, they got to watch this mythical character create another legend. Graceful Moon turned to Remnant Cloud and asked, "Commander, why don't we garrison our adventurer team in Stone Forest Town?" "What? You've changed your mind already?" Remnant Cloud teased when he saw the glimmer in Graceful Moon's eyes. In truth, he had the same thought. After all, Shifeng's battle had allowed him to witness a whole new world, and as an expert, he desperately wanted to learn more. He finally understood why the experts that had recently entered the top 100 class rankings in the Black Dragon Empire fixated on Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Of course, Graceful Moon responded without a shred of shame. On the contrary, she righteously declared, "If Black Flame is this powerful, Zero Wing's other experts shouldn't be weaklings even if they're not as strong as he is. If we garrison in Stone Forest Town, we must sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing. We might even get to know those experts and get to spar with them. If we want to occupy Stone Forest Town, we'll have to prepare. I heard that the adventurer houses are not cheap." Remnant Cloud nodded, agreeing with Graceful Moon's reasoning. However, he had to consider how they would earn enough money. "Once we complete this quest, we should return to the Empire and start preparing immediately." Firecloud Fox was more than capable of affording a private house in Stone Forest Town, but it was a different story if they wanted an adventurer house. They'd likely need several times more gold than what they currently possessed. Moreover, Stone Forest Town's houses would certainly become more expensive after this battle. Fortunately, he learned about the change early. If he had only discovered this after news hit the Black Dragon Empire, it would be more difficult to prepare enough coins. News of the battle quickly spread to Star Moon Kingdom's forums, and everyone who watched the battle video was astounded. Without any backup, Black Flame had killed 2 level 70, Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Hundreds of evil demons and expert players had even fled from this terrifying player. Chapter 1381, Town Competition. As Shifeng's battle video spread on the forums, the news shook Star Moon Kingdom. The battle's outcome particularly affected the various major powers based in the kingdom. Zero Wing's position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild had been unshakable, but no one had expected Heaven's Burial to rise so quickly. Red Iron Town's development had exceeded everyone's expectations. Although players understood that Red Iron Town would develop quickly due to its auction house, they hadn't expected this level of speed. In just one day, the cheap fees had lured over 300,000 players to consign and purchase items in Red Iron Town's auction house. Many super rare items had even been placed on auction, attracting more independent experts and members of the various large guilds. At this point, the town's auction house was far more popular than those in ordinary NPC cities. If Red Iron Town's auction house continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it rivaled Star Moon City's auction house. Heaven's Burial's income from processing fees alone would be astronomical. Heaven's Burial's financial strength might even grow to rival, or even surpass, Zero Wing. Rather than a single party ruling over the kingdom, Star Moon Kingdom's various powers would prefer 2 powerful forces vying for lordship. This way, weaker powers like themselves could thrive in secret. However, after witnessing Shifeng exterminate so many powerful evil demons, they were at a loss. Not only is Black Flame powerful, but he even has a long-distance teleportation tool. This is ludicrous. Heaven's Burial will be in trouble after losing so many evil demons. I've heard that these evil demons are incredibly difficult to nurture. Since Black Flame can also teleport over long distances, Heaven's Burial will find it much more difficult to cause trouble in Stone Forest Town. That's right. Some players had given up on Stone Forest Town thanks to the evil demons, but now that Black Flame has devastated their numbers, Heaven's Burial won't attack so casually in the future. People will start visiting Stone Forest Town again to train in the battle arena. As the various major powers recovered from their shock of seeing Shifeng's strength, Heaven's Burial's upper echelons, who were in the distant Frozen Scar, received the news. Guild leader, the Ghost Shadow Legion has suffered grievous losses. Among the 600 members dispatched, less than 300 made it out alive. The evil demon army that Beast Emperor gave us suffered even greater losses. Of the 2 Grand Lords and dozen or so Great Lords we received, Black Flame killed them all, Daybreak Fog reported, an ugly expression on her face. The Ghost Shadow Legion was one of Heaven's Burial's trump card legions. Now that so many of its members had died, the lost weapons and equipment would burden the guild's finances. Moreover, it would take quite some time to catch up those members' levels. I really underestimated Black Flame, but he won't be able to stay complacent for much longer. As long as we take down the Frost King, so what if Stone Forest Town recovers to its peak? Moreover, Beast Emperor has nearly completed his quest. Just ignore Zero Wing for now, Singular Burial said nonchalantly. I guess you're right. It's already too late for Zero Wing to do anything. Daybreak Fog giggled as she directed her gaze towards the giant on the frozen throne inside the shrine. This giant was none other than the boss Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers vied for. The Frost King. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town, Shifeng received a call from Melancholic Smile shortly after returning to the guild residence. Guild leader, you must be crazy. You dealt with all those evil demons by yourself. If Vice Guild leader Aqua finds out about this, she'll give me a lashing. Melancholic Smile complained, glaring at Shifeng with resentment. Vice Guild leader Snow has even called to ask me about the matter. The guild leader had gone into such a dangerous situation by himself. On the off chance that something had happened to Shifeng, Zero Wing's reputation would be wounded. Haven't I returned? Shifeng asked, chuckling. They would have noticed if I mobilized a large group. We would never have achieved such results. Although Shifeng had considered taking reinforcements with him, when he recalled the spies in the guild, he decided to go alone. He had also wanted to see how much he had improved. Melancholic Smile saw the reasoning in Shifeng's explanation. Now that Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, it would be a lie to say that the other guilds within the kingdom had not sent spies to infiltrate their guild. In fact, even Zero Wing had sent its own spies to some of the noteworthy large guilds. Even if Zero Wing's management were secure, it was impossible to contain all information. It was also precisely because of Shifeng's ambush that Zero Wing once more stood in the limelight, becoming a hot topic on the kingdom's official forums. Moreover, Stone Forest Town had begun to show signs of revitalizing, the tense atmosphere left over from the siege evaporating. Many of the town's players discussed the event, livening up the town. The candlelight trading firm also saw a significant increase in the number of players inquiring about Stone Forest Town's private housing. Right, how are the private houses and shops I asked you to build coming along? Shifeng asked. Before he had left for the morning battlefield, he had tasked Melancholic Smile with managing Stone Forest Town's affairs. This way, Blackie and Aqua Rose could take care of their promotion quests without worry. They're complete. However, we've constructed them so far away from the central area. Will players really want to purchase them? Melancholic Smile asked, confused. Logically, one would construct private houses and shops near a town's business district. Yet, Shifeng had told her to build them very far away from the candlelight trading firm and the Adventurers Association. To adventurer teams and merchant players, this would be inconvenient. It'll be fine. Shifeng nodded. Guild leader, regarding the surveillance you requested on Heaven's Burial, based on the information we've received, it seems that the guild is making progress in the Frozen Scar. We're not sure how far they've reached, but based on our estimates, they'll read the Frost King in the next few days. And due to their auction house, Red Iron Town has attracted many players. I've heard that quite a few top adventurer teams from neighboring kingdoms have agreed to garrison in Red Iron Town. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Red Iron Town's popularity surpasses Stone Forest Town. Melancholic Smile felt powerless as she watched Red Iron Town's development speed. Due to the town's potential, many merchant players had allied with the town. Auction house? Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He then told Melancholic Smile, "This is a good opportunity. Send me 100 architects. It's about time Heaven's Burial had a wake-up call." Chapter 1382, Evil God's Tablet. 100 architects. Melancholic Smile was stunned and couldn't imagine why Shifeng wanted so many. However, she did not give the matter too much thought either. She disconnected the call and began to make arrangements for the necessary architects. Architects were considered a minor class among subclasses. Only after guilds had secured their towns had players chosen to become architects. Since the architect subclass was so specialized, few large guilds possessed large reserves of architect players. Generally, each guild would only have 1 or 2 dozen architects. Even the Candlelight trading firm only had around 80 architects. The trading firm only has so many due to their preparation for Zero Wing's soon-to-be constructed city. If they wanted to gather 100 architects, they would need to recruit more. Meanwhile, Shifeng entered one of the guild residence's lounges, organizing his harvest from the previous battle. Aside from the weapons and equipment from killing the Ghost Shadow Legion members, he had obtained over 200 evil energy crystals from the evil demons. He also had the loot from the 2 level 70 Grand Lords. Although the weapons and equipment that the Grand Lords dropped were only level 70 secret silver rank, the materials they dropped surpassed Shifeng's expectations. He had obtained 11 epic rank materials, each of which could be used to craft dark gold rank and higher weapons and equipment. In addition, several rare gemstones had dropped. What's this? Shifeng muttered as noticed the addition of an ancient, dilapidated stone tablet in his bag. The tablet had an ordinary appearance, no different than the stone slates that were normally used as street signs. There was nothing amiss or special about it. However, upon picking it up, Shifeng noticed something extraordinary. Despite the stone tablet only being the size of a wash basin, it weighed as much as the stone table in forging rooms. Following which, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes and inspected the item. Third fragment of Evil God's Tablet, epic rank item. Created by the Evil God, this tablet can be used to form an illusory space within a 50-yard radius. The illusory space will create a bronze rank copy of any player that enters. Players can then fight their own copies. The bronze illusory creature has all skills of the copied player and can achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Requires 500 evil energy crystals to upgrade. An illusory space? Excitement brightened Shifeng's expression as he read the text. This Evil God's Tablet fragment was undoubtedly his greatest harvest from the battle. Not even an epic weapon would be worth as much. This tablet was the equivalent of having a unique land to train in. In God's domain, even peak experts had an extremely hard time achieving a skill completion rate of 100%, not to mention weaker players. Meanwhile, the tablet fragment could create an exact copy of a player to serve as an opponent. The copy could even achieve a 100% skill completion rate. If players could spar with such an opponent long-term, their improvements would be astounding. By fighting the illusory creatures, players could learn how to better execute their skills and raise their skill completion rates. Shifeng had never imagined that the evil demons would drop such a precious item. The tablet fragment's only downside was its short duration. 15 minutes would pass in the blink of an eye. It can be upgraded using evil energy crystals. Shifeng's mood rose even higher. Shifeng knew that evil energy crystals could be useful when crafting weapons and equipment, but he hadn't expected the crystals to have this purpose. Although evil energy crystals only dropped from chieftain rank and above evil demons, he had accumulated quite a few from the 2 siege battles in Stone Forest Town. He hadn't used a single crystal thus far as he hadn't wanted to waste them just to produce weapons and equipment. As a result, over 5,000 evil energy crystals sat in Zero Wing's guild warehouse. Although the Evil God's Tablet's upgrade cost was a bit steep, upgrading the illusory space would be a worthwhile trade. Following which, Shifeng retrieved all of the evil energy crystals from the guild warehouse. Upon returning, he let the evil god's tablet devour 500 evil energy crystals. Immediately, the tablet started transformed, the originally blurry images on the tablet becoming clearer. At the same time, the tablet's weight tripled. If not for his frighteningly high strength, carrying this tablet would have been a taxing endeavor. The tablet's introduction had also changed slightly. Initially, it would only create a bronze illusory creature. Now, it would manifest a mysterious iron illusory creature. Most importantly, the duration and cooldown had changed considerably. The illusory space's duration had risen from 15 minutes to 20 minutes, and the cooldown had decreased to 55 minutes. If he wanted to upgrade the tablet fragment further, he would need to feed it another 1,000 evil energy crystals. That's quite an improvement. After giving the matter some thought, he decided to upgrade the evil god's tablet again. There wasn't much use for evil energy crystals at the moment. Upgrading the illusory space was much wiser than letting the crystals collect dust in the guild warehouse. After spending another 1,000 crystals to upgrade the tablet a second time, Shifeng proceeded to spend 3,000 more crystals to upgrade yet again. Unfortunately, the fourth upgrade cost 10,000 crystals. Even if Shifeng wanted to, he didn't have enough of the resource. After upgrading the tablet 2 more times, the illusory space could generate fine gold illusory creatures. The illusory space's duration had also increased to 30 minutes, while its cooldown had decreased to 45 minutes. 30 minutes was neither too long nor too short of a time for players. Moreover, players would only have to wait 15 minutes after one session before beginning the next. Once Shifeng finished upgrading the evil god's tablet, he left the guild residence and headed to the battle arena. Although Stone Forest Town's battle arena had been popular among players thus far, it still struggled to attract experts. The more powerful an expert was, the less inclined they were to visit the battle arena. After all, experts of such high caliber were generally quite rare, which made it practically impossible to find these experts proper opponents that could help them improve in the battle arena. However, now that the battle arena had the illusory space, Shifeng had solved this problem. Noobs and experts alike all desired a method to raise their skill completion rates. This was especially true for expert players. After achieving an 80% skill completion rate, every 1% increase required a lot of time and effort, let alone after reaching 100%. Chapter 1383, Advanced Combat Room. Stone Forest Town, Battle Arena. Nowadays, the battle arena was the heart of Stone Forest Town. Almost every player that visited the town visited the arena. As soon as Shifeng entered the central hall, he was greeted by the sight of over 400 players in the rest area, waiting for their turn in the combat rooms. Several times more players lined up for the payment counters. Although the traffic in the battle arena was no match for the number of players that had visited during its peak, it still raked in over 1,000 gold of pure profit per day. It was enough to cause even first-rate guilds to feel envious. Of course, first-rate guilds earned more than just 1,000 gold each day. However, the larger a guild was and the more members it had, the greater its expenditure would be. This was especially true after a guild obtained a town of its own. Developing a guild town was not unlike throwing money into a bottomless pit. Normally, first-rate guilds had to invest a large majority of their funds to develop a town properly. There was very little left each day. Moreover, this was only possible because of first-rate guilds' firm backgrounds and financial support from major corporations. Otherwise, supporting the initial cost of managing a town would be impossible. In Stone Forest Town's case, however, the battle arena's earnings largely made up for the town's development costs. Hence, the other large guilds had begun to construct their own battle arenas. It was thanks to this income, and the income from both the Candlelight Trading Firm and the Teleportation House, that Zero Wing dared to develop multiple fronts, investing in both Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire and Immortal Light. However, once Zero Wing's city was complete, the guild would have another bottomless pit to fill. If they did not prepare, Zero Wing's funds would quickly dry up, and funds were already quite tight. After observing the situation in the battle arena for a short moment, Shifeng made his way to the top floor. "Guild leader, you've come." As soon as Shifeng arrived, a charming woman in a light blue dress greeted him. This woman's name was Judy, and she was one of the 10 advanced NPC managers Shifeng had hired. She had 76 points in wisdom, even higher than an ordinary tier 3, magical class NPC. In God's domain, she was an extremely rare NPC manager. The battle arena's smooth operation, despite how large it had grown, was all due to advanced NPCs like Judy. No player would have been able to produce the same results. "Help me retrieve the blueprint for the 7th floor. I want to reorganize the layout," Shifeng said and nodded a greeting. Although he wore a black cloak, he had personally contracted the arena's 10 advanced managers. They could recognize him even under the cloak. "Understood." Judy bowed and left. NPCs were incredibly efficient. After just a short moment, Shifeng, who had waited in a VIP reception room, obtained the blueprint for the battle arena's 7th floor. A portion of the 7th floor was allocated for tournament grounds, while another portion had been allocated for private rooms. However, after Stone Forest Town's upgrade to intermediate rank, the battle arena had grown. As a result, there were quite a few vacant private rooms. It just so happened that he could modify these rooms, creating advanced combat rooms. Originally, the Evil God's tablet had only covered a 50-yard radius area. However, after its upgrades, it now covered a 100-yard radius area. As long as he remodeled the 7th floor's layout, he could easily fit multiple combat rooms within the Evil God's tablet's coverage and allow players to train against the illusory creatures. "Guild leader, if you wish to remodel the 7th floor in such a way, not only will it involve a lot of work, but it will also waste a lot of space. The remodel will cost 1,000 gold. Are you sure you want to do this?" Judy asked upon seeing Shifeng's new layout. Minor modifications to large buildings in God's domain didn't cost extra. A large-scale modification, however, required the appropriate modification fees. "It's fine. Just get someone to see to the necessary changes." The high reconstruction cost didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Although he would be wasting a lot of space by trying to maximize the Evil God's tablet's efficiency, he could squeeze in 9 combat rooms around the tablet by doing so. Overall, it was a worthwhile trade. With this, he could maximize the number of players who could train against the illusory creatures. When Shifeng had observed the 1st floor hall, he had noticed that the majority of experts there were only level 41 or 42, and they mainly wore secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. There were very few expert players in level 40 dark gold equipment. This was due to the limited benefits for experts of that caliber, yet those were the players with a lot of resources to spend. Now that he had the Evil God's tablet's illusory space, this was a good opportunity to lure more top experts to the battle arena. Although Shifeng had thought of limiting the illusory space to guild members, a guild needed more than just experts to develop. If he could lure to experts to the battle arena and secure the resources in their possession, he could push the guild's development speed to a whole new level. Shortly after Shifeng started the 7th floor's remodel, news of the matter spread throughout Stone Forest Town. "Huh? They're not letting people on the 7th floor? What's going on?" "No idea. I've heard that some of the experts resting on that floor were requested to leave for a while. It seems that Zero Wing is remodeling the area." "Remodeling the 7th floor? Are they constructing more combat rooms?" "That might be possible. Members hadn't needed to line up for combat rooms in the past, but that had changed. If Zero Wing constructed more member-only combat rooms, it could reduce the time members have to wait in line." The players waiting in the battle arena began to discuss the new changes. While everyone chatted about the situation, the 7th floor remodel completed. Remodeling took far less time than constructing a building, as the task was completed by NPCs. Altogether, only 10 minutes had passed since Shifeng had paid the fees. Curious players rushed to the 7th floor to inspect the changes. Upon taking a look, however, they were shocked. While it was true that Zero Wing had constructed more combat rooms, the number had surprised everyone. The guild had only constructed 9 combat rooms. Moreover, these 9 rooms occupied as much space as 20+ combat rooms on the 6th floor. In addition, players could choose a new type of combat room at the first floor counters, the Advanced Combat Room. Moreover, only Battle Arena members had access, and the rental price was ridiculously high. Renting one Advanced Combat Room for 30 minutes cost 2 magic crystals. Players had already griped about the 4 silver per hour rental fees for ordinary combat rooms, yet Zero Wing had created a room that cost 2 magic crystals for a single half hour. Currently, each magic crystal cost 25 silver on the market. However, players normally had to spend 26 or more silver to purchase one. Is Zero Wing trying to rob players? Crap. This is fraud. Only an idiot would rent such a combat room. Zero Wing is insane. If I had that kind of money, I'd rather spend it in the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. Chapter 1384, Empire Ranking. Players in the main hall of Stone Forest Town's battle arena voiced their dissent. Many complained about the Advanced Combat Room's price. They all felt that Zero Wing was asking for too much, and only a fool would willingly rent these rooms. Independent players weren't the only ones upset. Even Zero Wing's members gasped when they saw the price. 2 magic crystals could only get them 30 minutes inside the Advanced Combat Room. Even Zero Wing's core members were reluctant to pay such a price, much less the elite and normal members. Everyone thought that this price was simply outrageous and no one wanted to rent the rooms. While PvP and training combat techniques in a high mana density environment was beneficial, there was a limit to how much one could actually gain. When Shifeng heard the conversations in the guild chat, he simply chuckled. He then took a return scroll from his bag and activated it, intending to return to White River City for now. While his asking price of 2 magic crystals was astonishingly high, and even he thought it was expensive, the Divine Colosseum's trial tower only charged 1 magic crystal. However, his illusory space offered a stronger training ground than the trial tower. Not only was the mana density much higher, but players could also spar with an illusory creature that possessed the same skill set. The illusory creature could also execute said skills with a 100% completion rate. No matter how he looked at it, the illusory space was far better than the trial tower. He planned to take the gamble. If no one wanted to rent the Advanced Combat Rooms after realizing the benefits, he could lower the price to 1 magic crystal. He had left the Evil God's tablet and Advanced Combat Rooms management to Judy. She would automatically activate the illusory space when players entered the combat rooms. 30 seconds later, Shifeng transformed into a streak of white light and left the battle arena. A man and woman entered the battle arena's lively first-floor hall. Both were exquisitely dressed, level 43 players. As they entered the hall, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Aren't they Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon, the commander and vice-commander of Firecloud Fox? A level 41 shield warrior in silver armor immediately recognized the 2 people that just entered the building. What's an adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire doing here? It shouldn't be so surprising. After all, several experts from the Black Dragon Empire have trained in the battle arena before. Those experts are pretty high ranked in the Empire, some even ranking among the top 100. Those 2 are probably here to prepare for the Empire's ranking battle tomorrow, a level 42 elementalist wearing purple robes said. I see. Realization dawned on the shield warrior. If I remember correctly, Firecloud Fox barely got into the top 50 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire's last ranking battle. It's a pity that the team wasn't quite strong enough. If Remnant Cloud could rank among the top 50 of his own class, he might be able to push Firecloud Fox into the top 50 this time. That's highly unlikely. Various superpowers recently debuted newcomers that they've been nurturing internally to contest for the top 10 newcomers in God's domain. First-rate guilds will also dispatch some of their geniuses for the competition. Since the ranking battles are such a good opportunity to gain combat experience, why would these new talents pass it by? The purple-robed elementalist said, shaking his head. Just keeping their spot among the top 100 will already be impressive, let alone the top 50. Developing in an empire is awesome. The secret pavilion only holds these battles from time to time in the empires. Players residing in these empires get to watch the battles, too. On the other hand, the secret pavilion hasn't once hosted such a competition in Star Moon Kingdom, the silver-armored shield warrior said, sighing. It can't be helped. God's domain is just too big. Keeping up with the various empires' statistics is already challenging. Moreover, hosting such competitions costs a lot of resources. Even the secret pavilion can't afford to keep track of experts in the various kingdoms. Though, that might not be the case in the future. While the purple-robed elementalist sighed in dejection as well, he also held a hint of hope. Generally, only local players got to watch the secret pavilion's ranking competitions. After all, the competition venue could only hold a limited number of people. The secret pavilion usually only invite active, well-known players, adventurer teams, and large guilds within the hosting empire. Adventurer teams and players from other countries weren't invited. The advanced combat room's rent is so expensive. And only one person can use it at a time. Commander, let's just settle for the ordinary combat rooms, Graceful Moon exclaimed when she saw the prices. Although she could afford the room, 2 magic crystals for 30 minutes of training was ridiculous no matter how she looked at it. Let's give the advanced combat rooms a try. In any case, we're just here to test out the effects of the town's mana density. If we go for the ordinary combat rooms, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a long time before our turn. We don't have that much time to waste right now, Remnant Cloud said, shaking his head. He turned to the NPC behind the counter and said, I'll rent 2 advanced combat rooms. All right. The total cost is 4 magic crystals, the NPC beauty responded with a smile. Following which, Remnant Cloud paid 4 magic crystals and received 2 purple crystals in return. The purple crystals were keys to the corresponding combat rooms. After receiving the keys, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon approached the staircase. Unlike other players, they didn't need to wait in the rest area for their turn, and many players looked on with envy. Only, when these players remembered the 2 magic crystal cost, they shook their heads and gave up on the notion of renting an advanced combat room. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had arrived in White River City. After leaving the teleportation hall, he made his way to the library. Due to an unexpected situation, he had been forced to delay his plan of asking Charlene about the pitch-black ring. Now that the evil demon problem plaguing Stone Forest Town had been dealt with, he had to visit the woman. After all, if not even omniscient eyes could appraise the pitch-black ring, the ring's origin must be extraordinary. After riding an advanced horse carriage for 10 minutes or so, Shi Feng reached White River City's library. However, the scene before the library had changed drastically. Due to White River City's promotion, the library's appearance had become far more majestic. The guards standing by the main entrance had also been upgraded, now level 180, Tier 2 knights. Upon entering the library, Shi Feng felt a distinct change to the building's mana density. It would now be far easier to learn and train spells here than outside. Hence, far more magical class players occupied the building. Shi Feng did not waste too much time in the first-floor hall, quickly making his way to the library's top floor. Upon reaching the top floor, like his previous visit, Shi Feng felt as if he had just sunk into a muddy swamp. He wasn't comfortable. When he entered the Star Moon Hall, Charlene sat at a table, quietly reading an ancient book as she usually did. She gave off an indescribable sense of intimacy and tranquility. It seems your promotion has gone smoothly. You've made it back so quickly. When Charlene saw Shi Feng enter the hall, she scrutinized him. A moment later, she smiled and said, Well? Out with it. Why have you come this time? Lady Charlene, I'd like your help in appraising an item, Shi Feng answered straightforwardly. This item is very special, and I cannot even inspect it with my omniscient eyes. Even your omniscient eyes appraise it? Charlene was slightly astonished. Setting her book on the table, she continued, that is interesting. Let me have a look. Following which, Shi Feng revealed the pitch-black ring he had obtained from the ancient treasure chest. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.